We are going to introduce. Good morning, colleagues. Let's start with our meeting. Damon, I usually I wear the same uniform as the choir, but today they did not give me the right memo, principal. Yeah, I suspect this one's principal. The uniform is on the DA, so more Morna le mathata, Principal. On a serious note, good morning, colleagues. Let's start with our meeting. It's 9:01. We will start with the principal giving your safety person to brief us about in case of emergency, what do we do? Your bathrooms, where are they situated? And all of that. And then from there, we will start introducing ourselves so that we know who's here. And then after that, we have agreed that we'll give the choir to give us an item or two. And from there, then we'll start with our meeting. So the person who's going to give us safety, because we have not introduced ourselves, you'll introduce yourself, and then we'll take it from there, my brother.
Thank you, Program Director. My name is Victor Mposi. I'm the Manager for Safety and Security at Goldfields TVET College. So to honorable members of Parliament, Portfolio Committee on Higher Education and Training, DDGs, Acting Regional Manager of Gauteng and Free State, Directors, Community Education and Training Branch, Chairperson of Council, Goldfields TVET College Principal and Deputy Principals, Labor Unions, SRC President, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Goldfields TVET College has been certified competent on the Occupational Health and Safety Act 85 of 1993 and has strictly exercised a zero tolerance approach towards incidents and accidents. The college is unwaveringly dedicated to minimizing risks for stakeholders to the fullest extent that is reasonably practicable. I therefore stand before you to introduce the health and safety protocol for this momentous occasion. In the event of receiving an evacuation order during an emergency, please remember the following instructions. Act immediately on instructions to evacuate the auditorium. Kindly maintain a state of calm at all times. If personal belongings cannot be taken immediately, leave them and use the nearest exit route. Do not run, but move quickly. Assist those who require help and support. If there is smoke, move under the level of the smoke and cover your nose and mouth. Once outside the building, you will be directed to the assembly point, which is next to the Center of Entrepreneurship, next to this building. Remain at the assembly point until instructed to leave. Please be advised that the ablution or sanitary facilities are conveniently accessible. To reach these facilities, kindly proceed through the doors on my left, this door and the door at the back, leading to the staff room, which is diagonal to this venue. Or go to the other adjacent ones in the foyer. Once you get inside the foyer, on your right, there are ladies and gentlemen. As I conclude my address, I wish everyone a safe and healthy day. I thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, for Wi-Fi connectivity, search for capital letters GTC/guest. They are all capital letters. Password, capital letters again, GTC at Tosa, Tosa, also capital letters. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. Um, we will just request that you put the password on the screen, your Wi-Fi. So we will start by giving the choir maybe an opportunity to welcome us with a song or two. And then from there we will start with our meeting. The staff room, colleagues, I'm told, is that building there. Program director was telling us it's adjacent. Where's our program director? Adjacent. So staff room is there, but bathrooms or ablution facilities would be there. So choir, please give us a song or two. You can take it through. Thank you, choir. Myself and the conductor will have a meeting after this because she gave me a wrong memo for uniform. But thank you very much, colleagues. Let's start by introducing ourselves. We'll start with members first. We'll start with you, Honorable Msezane. We'll come this way, and then we'll direct where we're going after that. My name is Tebogo Litsie, member of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education and Training, with borrowed powers of being the chair of this committee. Honorable Msezane.
No, thanks.
Yeah, it's okay.
No, thank you very much, Chair.
The volume is low.
No, thanks. Thanks, Chairperson. Greetings to the House, officials from the department, in the college, and all stakeholders present. My name is Ngobi Msezane. I'm a member of this portfolio committee.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Eriki Dumedise botlhe batlong bagolo ke re lebitso ke Matlhodi Maseko. I'm the member of the Portfolio Committee.
Ke a leboha modulasetulo ha ke dumedise bohle ba teng ho latela ditulo tsa bona tse fapaneng. Lebitso la ka ke Karabo Gagau, ke setho sa Parliament and an alternate member of this committee. Ke a le dumedisa kaofela. Thank you, Chair.
Ke lebogile Chair, ka leina ke nna Sedukano Tshepolo, a ke dumedise ke member ya committee ya education.
Dumelang bagaetsho, nna leina la ka ke Gaolatlhe, Sefane ke Kgabo, ke leloko la committee ena ya parliament. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Ngoenke Auniki. My name is Ashley Toike Sols the First, and I'm a member of this committee. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sanel Azon, a member of this committee.
Dumelang to everybody who is here. Libito laka ke Tshepo Mori, and I am the stand-in committee secretary.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Agnetha Orange, I'm the researcher for this committee.
Tobela Chair, Tobela members, all protocols observed. Kinna Mampaho Mudiba, Committee Content Advisor.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Tamba Msipa from the Department of Higher Education and Training within the TVET branch, Chief Directorate of Systems Planning and Institutional Support.
Honorable Chair, members of the Portfolio Committee, all protocols observed, good morning. My name is Pule Patrick Mashele, the Acting Regional Manager for Gauteng Free State Region, Department of Higher Education and Training. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, members of the Portfolio Committee, my name is Pelele Ntuli. I'm from the Department of Higher Education and Training, branch coordinator under the TVET branch.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable members, and greetings to the Chair of Council and Council members of Goldfields, the principal and the executive management of the college, colleagues from the city, labor, student leaders. My name is Sam Zugu, Deputy Director General responsible for TVET, a branch in the Department of Education and Training. Thank you.
Honorable Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee, DDG, Tate Zungu, and the Chief Director, Tate Msipa, RM and Tate Mashele, the College Council Chairperson, Acting RM. My name is Francis Mashangu, the Principal of Goldfields TVET College. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members of Parliament, and all colleagues here. I'll say protocol observed. I'm Mantwa Molide, the interim chairperson of the College Council.
Good morning, Chair. members of the Portfolio Committee, members of the RC, and the rest of the members that are here this morning. My name is Andy Lesilo. I am the Deputy Chairperson of the Council. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, all protocols observed. My name is Princess Twabala and I am the President of Goldfields TVET College. Thank you.
Greetings to the House at large. My name is Lesedi Lemegu and I am the Secretary General of the Goldfields TVET College. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. And I would like to say protocol observed with the fear of offending people by not following the correct procedure. I am Timakazo Mpore. I am the branch chairperson for the South African Democratic Teachers Union here at the Goldfields TVET branch. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Ke dumedise ditulo tsohle ka ho hlahlamana ha tsona. Ka hlompho le boikokobetso. Speaking to you is Lehlonololo Masela, the branch chairperson of NEHAW. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody. I'm Madikele Dilea Dintwe. I'm NEHAW Deputy Secretary. All protocol observed. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. My name is Pule Ishmael Khapola. I'm the manager in the office of Ntate Mahlangu here at Goldfields TVET College.
Sorry.
Good morning, Chairperson. Thank you. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Bongan Makasi. I am the Acting Assistant Director, Marketing and Communications at Goldfields TVET College. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, members of the committee, protocol observed. I am Moeletsi Bengkwane, the Deputy Principal Corporate Services. Thank you.
Morning, Honorable Chair and honorable members, all protocol observed. My name is Njabulo Mchunu. I'm the Deputy Principal Finance.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I'm Rachere Radile. I'm Deputy Principal Academic Services. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and honorable members. Let me say protocol observed. I am Punyezwa Vutuza, Deputy Principal Registrar at Goldfields TVET College.
Good morning, Chairperson and the committee. I would like to say all protocol observed. My name is Mudieki Legwane. I'm with the Gauteng Free State Regional Office and I'm a Deputy Chief Education Specialist today.
Good morning, Chairperson, members of the committee, all protocol observed. My name is Ratanang Banda. I am a Deputy Director at the Department of Higher Education, Infrastructure Support, and Chair. I would like to also formally submit an apology for our Chief Director, Mr. Mlambo, who could not be here due to end of financial year commitments also. Thank you.
Yeah, we don't submit apologies like that. Give the mic next door. We don't recognize that apology of Mr. Mlambo.
Good morning, Chair, members of committee, all protocol observed. My name is Musabi Manoto with the DHET Infrastructure Support Universities. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members, all protocol observed. I am Silwane Makalepo, the campus manager, Goldfields TVET College, Welcome Campus.
Good morning once more. My name is Victor Mposi. I'm the manager for safety and security facilities and records management and monitoring and evaluation of Goldfields TVET College.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Chairperson and members of the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee. My name is Vusi Nkosi. I'm from the branch corporate. Thank you.
Repeat again, you are from where?
I'm from, I'm from the Grievance, Dispute and Misconduct Directorate, which is labor relations.
Where?
Higher education and training.
Okay.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and members of the Portfolio Committee and colleagues and senior management of the department as well as the college. My name is Mala Morano. I'm a director responsible for institutional funding in the CET branch in the department. Thank you.
Ndimacheroni Chairperson, mirato ya committee kurwane, dzina langa ndi Belina Mulaudzi from the Department of Higher Education and Training, the director for TVET. Thank you.
Morning, Chair, members and colleagues. I'm Jablani Majozi from Parliament Communication Services.
Manbulisa Sihlalo, le ndlu yonke ngokubanzi, igama nguThando Xolo Bhotomani. I'm a committee assistant.
Manibulisa kumhlali ngaphambili. Igama ndikusiviwe kaMeqe. Ndithanda ukuthi inqanga lenzikazayo kuwe Mhlakazi. Ndisebenza lo NSFAS. Ndijongene nee-colleges ezilapha eFree State ngokuphela kwazo zi4 Goldfields, Motheo, Maloti and Flavius Mareka. Thank you so much.
Bulisa kuwe Mhlakazi, nendlu yonke ngokuphelela, igama uXolelwa Ntaba, ndisebenza lo NSFAS.
Good morning, Chairperson, and ke dumedisa ditulo ka ho hlahlamana ha tsona. Ke Motshidisi Sibela, the Deputy Principal Corporate Services from Free State City College. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and members of the committee. My name is Kuseleso Matekane. I'm from the CET College and Academic Services. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. I'm Radebe Tankiso from Free State City College. I'm a General Secretary.
Good morning to the floor lodge. My name is Katlego Mthabo Mtimkulu. I come from the FSCET College and I am the current Student Representative Council President.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Lerato Makwele, and I'm here representing National Education, Health and Allied Workers Union, and I'm the acting branch secretary. Thank you.
Of Goldfields. Okay.
Khotso Mdlastulo ka tlung. Ka lebitso ke Mtlosi Makhasi, ke modi wa SATU Goldfields TVET branch. Ke a leboha.
Good morning to the House at large. I am Imelda Mgodutlo. I'm the secretary for PSA here at Goldfields TVET College. Thank you.
Dumelang bagolo. Ka lebitso ke Julian Tsomi. I'm a chairperson of PSA Goldfields TVET.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, honorable members, colleagues, and everyone in attendance. My name is Obake Moloi. I'm an intern at under the Chief Directorate, Systems Planning and Institutional Support. Okay.
Tavela Chair, members and colleagues, my name is Vitumela Simela from DHET, External Communication and Media Liaison. Thank you.
Tobela libitso la Tobela libitso la ka ke Mahlatse wa Galane from DHET Communications. I'm the principal communication officer.
Olga Siate, I am the member of the Portfolio Committee, Higher Education, Parliament of the Republic of South
Olga Siat is a member of parliament visiting us from trade and industry. Yes.
Chairperson of the Parliament Portfolio Committee, members of that committee, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed.
Hold the mic, thank you.
My name is Thabo Kambule. I'm the Deputy Principal from the Free State CET College, and I am responsible for academic services. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, all protocol observed. My name is Angela Quinana from the Free State CET College, the Deputy Principal Finance.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members, all protocol observed. My name is Maureen Mbobo. I'm the chairperson of PSA in the CET branch.
Good morning, Chair and all members. My name is Mr. Mandla Malika. I'm from the FSCET and I'm the FinCom Chairman.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members of Parliament and Principal of Goldfields, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Khotso Divi. I'm the chairperson of the Council of the Free State Community Education and Training College. Thanks for the invitation.
Good morning, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee and Portfolio Committee members, DDG and protocol observed. My name is Eki Matlawa. I'm the principal of the Free State Community Education and Training College. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Baholo. My name is Voyo Mabele and I am a project administrator at the Free State CET College.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I think we've all introduced ourselves. Yeah. So we're now going to start with our meeting. So today we have we're interacting with Goldfields TVET College, and then in the afternoon we're interacting with the Free State CET. So Goldfields TVET College would ask them to prepare a presentation on the state of readiness, governance issues, administration, a number of issues that we wrote to them. So they are going to present to us. Then after that, we are going to get a presentation from Labour. We also asked Labour to do a joint presentation on all of those things from a worker's point of view. And then from there, we'll get presentation from the Student Representative Council. DDG Zungu, when the chairperson of, or the interim chair of council introduced themselves, they said interim chair. And that will be because the term of council will have expired in some instances about a year ago or slightly above a year ago, and the department has taken too long to appoint council members. You would have appointed the interim team of about 5 people because of the City Act through the Minister of Higher Education and Training just about a year ago. And the same act then says the interim 5 people must then convene as soon as possible, advertise for the 4 specialist members of the council. They would have done so and submitted to the Department of Department of Higher Education and Training. In many instances, they will tell us, I'm not sure here, when did they send the recommendations to DHET for you colleagues to appoint. But in most instances, it would have been around September, October in most instances, but the department is not appointing. That does not sit well for good governance, DDG, because now we're almost, we're more than a year since we've had a stable council, and it creates a problem for governance problems, or for good governance in our institution. So we'll hear what they will say. So we will give to the interim chair of council, Dr. Molete, and from there we'll then give to the principal to take us through the presentations, and then we'll go to labor, we'll go to SRC, and then after that we'll then engage with the three presentations. So members, when members ask you, or colleagues, when members ask you a question, please listen to the type of the question that they're asking you and answer the question. In most instances, colleagues want to give us answers to the questions that members have not asked. We don't want to interject when you are answering, but if you are not answering what we're asking you, you are giving members no choice but to interject. And we don't want that to happen in our session today. So we're going to give you interim chair. It's 9:09:39 now. Principal, so your entire presentation from the chair to the principal is about 45 minutes. So you colleagues must then put together things to be 45 minutes, so it's 22. So it means that 25 past will then have to intervene. Thank you very much, Interim Chair of Council. Let's give a round of applause.
Thank you, Chairperson, honorable members of Parliament, the DDG of the TVET branch, DHET representatives present, the acting regional manager, and other officials that are here, CET representatives that are here, the Deputy Chair of Council, Executive Management, our SRC President and Secretary General, Labour representation that are present today, and also colleagues. Good morning, and it's an honor, Chairperson, to have a visit from Parliament as the Goldfields TVET College. And as you said, Chair, since myself and the principal has to share the time slot, mine will be brief and at high level from a governance perspective. The first slide is just about our reference as governance structure. And the second one, Chair, touches to what you have just highlighted on, what the CET Act prescribes for us, our composition as a council, and where we are currently at. And you're right to say that we are the 5 ministerial appointees, and we do have also the internal members. Selection has been done from academic staff, support staff, as well as the 2 SRC representatives. And this is the current structure of us as governance, having our subcommittees And Chairperson, currently our subcommittees are, chaired by interim chairs, which is the 5 members of council, just to ensure that at least we are, operating as governance within the college. And then we also have 2, ad hoc committees that are there, and this arises because of the need of the college on issues such as industry, liaison committee for, placement of students and also communication, which is a committee that we found already here as governance and felt that perhaps for the communication strategy of the college, we should have an ad hoc committee. Then this slide is just focusing on our, functions as governance, from developing to monitoring, approving of policies, ensuring that there is compliance and also financial oversight. And then Chair, this is just, our approach to governance, and this is per the prescripts that are there, in the CET Act on where do we govern from, as council, and our strategic approach to the objectives of the college. And then this is just the meetings that we have had so far as council, and also the subcommittees do
me thank the opportunity to share the presentation on behalf of the college. The purpose of the visit, I think it was outlined by the chairperson. And then we were given a direction, we were given topics to cover as they appear. Let me start by sharing the geographical location of the college, in addition of what the chairperson council have already shared with us. We are based at Lejwelputwa district, and we are serving 5 local municipalities. We are offering the services at Machabe municipality. We do have students from other local municipalities, but they are traveling from different places to Machabe municipality. We are engaging with the Lejwelputwa district. We have since engaging with some of the towns so that we can be able to offer our services and open satellites there. This is the management of the college, executive management. They have introduced themselves. And then we are having 3 sites. One is Welcome Campus, which is situated in town. And then we've got one, which is where we are at the moment, Tosa Campus. Welcome Campus is offering business studies and 1 occupational programs, hairdressing. And Tosa Campus is also offering ministerial programs, NCV and Report 191. And also we've got the Center for Entrepreneurship and the Makerspace. And then we've got the Skills and Innovation Center, which is situated in the industrial area, where we are offering short programs and occupational programs. The update of the registration and enrollment for 2025 academic year. We have the following process: online applications and registrations. We are using the online-based application and registration system. And all the prospective students will apply for admission via the college website, which is linked with the college business management systems. Walk-ins applications are discouraged, but we are also assisting walk-ins. However, they are assisted in terms of online applications by allowing access to the college computer systems. We've got students who don't have resources. So when we've got walk-ins, we let them use our computer centers to apply online so that they can be able to be assisted. Manual registration and application. The college use the manual applications and registration method only when it experiences serious problems with online systems. For the academic year of 2025, we have received new applications. NCV, we have received 7,619. Report 191, we received 7,079 applicants. And occupational programs, we have introduced hairdressing since 2024, so we received 273 applications for hairdressing. It's an occupational program. In total, we had applications of 14,971. And that this is our first time enrollments. As indicated, we've got a total. Tosa Campus, 730. Welcome Campus, 758. Skill Center, we've got 60, which is hairdressing. And then we've got the grand total of 1,489. And in terms of the update on registrations, our enrollment statistics for level 1, report 191, from the previous 3 years, we had those numbers as indicated there. What I can say that 2025, it will reflect as 620, but we still have the intake for the second and third trimester, and also report 911, we're going to have the second semester for enrollments. And then we've got the pre-vocational learning program where we have enrolled 100 students as the target. And then occupational programs, we have already enrolled 293. But in terms of the occupational programs, they don't be offered in a academic year. They roll over because we are enrolling as we've got students and numbers for those accredited programs. And then the update on the targets and actual engineering, trimester 1, the target was 608. We over-enroll 877. The challenge is that as we go through the year, when you go to the second trimester, we don't have the high numbers. So we move to make sure that in our first enrollment, we can be able to reach our targets for the academic year. And then the report 191, for the semester 1, we've got the target is 1,134. We have enrolled 1,381, the same reason that we make sure that when we move to the second trimester, if we don't have enough applications, we have already closed some of the gaps to meet our target. It stretches our infrastructure, but we make sure that we have solutions in terms of our timetabling and staffing. And then the pre-vocational learning programs, target was 100, we enroll 100, and occupational programs, we have already 200. So all in all, our actual enrollment for up to now is 4,203. And then the update of teaching and learning. Teaching and learning commenced as per Department of Higher Education and Training academic calendar, which was on the 13th of January. Although we started on the small scale while registration was continuing for returning students. The college, because of financial challenge, has to access enrollment numbers before we can commit in appointing the college council contract lecturers. And also the textbooks were ordered 2024 according to our targets and adjusted in January 2025 based off the actual enrollments. And here, there are some spaces where we have over-enrolled, so we had to cater for those numbers so that we can add more books, top-ups for the programs. And then the commencement of teaching and learning challenges and recommendations. One of our challenge results are not released on time as scheduled by the department management plan. And our recommendation is that for better planning, results be released by the end of the academic year, which will give us ample time to plan for the next academic year. Matric results are released long after the application process has commenced and classes have started. This is a serious challenge for us. More especially, we are targeting students who are in technical high schools to enroll at our colleges for programs. So one of the recommendations is that we need to, the Department of Basic Education, they need to have a system in synchronizing to make sure that the results are released in time. Students who did not apply online, walk-ins at the campuses and delay registrations. What we have started also, we've started in 2023, is increased advocacy at national level regarding online application system. Safety and security, including policies and measures put in place to curb the incident of gender-based violence and femicide. The college at the moment, we've got a draft policy for GBV, which was tabled at College Council, and there were gaps in between. We are working on those gaps so that in our next council sitting, we can present the draft for adoption. And also we've got the awareness campaign, which are run by student services from the college level and the higher health. The college is in partnership with Age Africa for 100 Days Challenge. They're giving support to our local SSS support to make sure that we can be able to assist our learners and make sure that we've got systems in place. During the students' induction, we make sure that we invite different stakeholders for the awareness. We have invited SAPS, we have invited social development, we have also invited correctional services, Lifeline, and also we have extended the invitation to the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development and the Department of Health, so that they can be able to share the information with our students. The college processes are in place for the victims of GBV and femicide, so we are making sure that we've got a psychologist and we've got interns, CDOs, who have augmented our psychologist department to assist in making sure that we give support to our students. And then we have a dedicated security personnel who are on duty around the clock, ensuring that there is 24-hour vigilance. We have 107 students who are capacitated on GBV and through the civic education and soft skills program. Then this is the academic performance in relation to when we compare from 2022 and 2024. Those are the results. We've got the pass rate, which is with that purple color, and we've got the certification rate, which we still need to improve on the certification rate. And then we've got the retention rate, where we are working tirelessly to make sure that we improve also on the retention rate and the throughput rate. And then this is for the engineering studies. In 2022, the third trimester, we didn't have, is because of the effects of the COVID-19, we didn't have the intake of the last trimester in 2022. And then overview of our National Certificate Vocational NCV. Those are the performance in terms of 2022, it was 86. 2023, we obtained 25%. 2024, 89%. And then in terms of certification rate, we are still not doing well, it's 26.9%. And then 2023, it was 30.15%. And then in 2024, it's 37%. We are improving year by year, but the movement is very slow, which we have had discussions through our college structures, including the academic board of the college. And the college council wants the strategies as colleges, how are we going to improve with the retention rate and certification rate and the throughput rate, of which we've got subcommittees of academic board who are dealing with different aspects, but mostly into making sure that we can improve in those departments. And then overview of the students' academic performance from 22 to date in terms of the occupational programs. We have been funded by NSF we have enrolled a number of students, and then for early childhood development, we don't offer these programs on site, but we are serving the province as a whole. We had a number of students we are serving at Tabanshu and Kwakwa. And also we had students in building and civil construction. There we had enrolled 50 learners, and there were dropouts in terms of 38 due to various reasons. When you've got occupational students, as soon as they've got a job, they drop out. It's one of the factors we have been struggling with. But we have made plans in place so that students need to commit, because there are funds allocated to the number of learners which we have planned for, which is our target. So with learners in those different occupational programs, we had totals of 430, and at the end, those students who went through was 363. And then the overview of the performance of our engineering studies, as I've indicated, for 2022 to 2024, here I'm going to zoom into 2024, which is the last year, that the NCV, the pass rate is 89, and then the second quarter, 2022, 89, 2023, 88, 2024, 90. And in terms of the ratings, we've got ratings from the department in terms of the region and national. And engineering also, we still not meeting the targets which we have set as the college in terms of performance. So for 2022, it was dwindling from 73.2 to 61.6 to 57.1, and then 2023-24, it was at 61%. So when we look at the average, it's just 53%. And then we looked at, we are sharing the position at the last 37 out of 50 national colleges, but 10 from the 12 colleges in the region. And then in terms of the business studies, as per 2022, 23, 24, 2024, we have moved to 87%, and then our performance was number 4 on the region and 12 national. And when we look at the top there, the 2024, we've obtained 90%. On the region, we were number 2, and then national, we were number 5. So we have been moving since 22, national 28, 15, and 8. Regional, we have been moving from position 9, position 5, and position 2. And then overview of the students' academic performance strategies. Sorry for spelling of stages. Held best practice academic seminar on February 25 to encourage the use of digital resources in content delivery. Because we've got challenge with space and infrastructure, we felt it's the right time for us that we started through COVID-19 period, where we have moved into the space of digital learning, where we are planning to have online teaching and also distance learning. So we invited different specialists from other colleges just to share the best practices that those who are far in teaching and learning through the digital resources.
Yeah, you're left with 40 minutes. You have taken 20 minutes and you're on slide 19.
Okay, I'm going to be brief. We are in collaboration with different colleges and institutions of higher learning. And then the unsatisfactory rate, which declined over the 3 years, decline can be attributed to the following: social economic problems in students enrolling at the college as the bridging, you find that for semester programs, we've got high numbers of students enrolling for N4, but thereafter they don't return for the second semester, but they go to the university so that they've improved their entrance for the university programs. And then also students who have failed either year 1 or 2, and the poor attendance, especially days before or during after the allowances were paid, poor academic performance and financial constraints. Chairperson, I'll move measures. Universities work collaboratively with colleges to avoid registering students with N5 and N4 and N5 only. And also we involve other funders and municipalities to assist with funding. CITAS, the district municipality and other companies are assisting our learners in terms of funding. And then also we are strict in the implementation of the attendance policy. And also we can reduce some by having our own students accommodation, and also expanding more in providing counseling services to our students. And then in terms of the funding, for 2025, we've got by now 2,297. We still have other enrollments for the second semester and second and third trimester. And then the administration of appeals and NSFAS funding. Students whose application of financial aid is rejected or financial aid for continuing is withdrawn, they are allowed to lodge an appeal with NSFAS according to the NSFAS eligibility and criteria conditions for financial aid. As the college, we does not administer those appeals, but we inform students in line with the financial aid criteria, and also we give them support where necessary. And then the current status, college doesn't have students accommodation facilities. And then as the college, we are not part of the pilot project for colleges in terms of the students accommodation. And at the moment, we don't have an active private public partnerships for students accommodation. And there are no buildings within our vicinity of the college to refurbish and utilize this purpose. Overview of the accommodation projects and comments. The college is in partnership with the Zugabalwe Foundation for Students Accommodation. We are still at the early stages, hence maybe I said there is nothing concrete at the moment, but we are engaging with the Zugabalwe Foundation to assist us in making sure that we can have and build a model for accommodation. And then also we've got a discussion with Harmony Mine to get building for students for accommodation, and also to offer services at Melody campus where we had a campus. I think the chairperson has alluded to that effect. And as far as roadshow to register landlords is happening at the moment, and then the bazaar officials verify students' accommodation to reduce the misquoting of rental fees. And then in terms of the qualification mix, those are the report 191, and then we've got the national certificate vocational programs. And then those are the national certificate level 2 to 4, and report 191 and 1 to 6. But in terms of phasing out of the N1, N2, N3, this year we have the first trimester we had enrollments for N3, and then the next trimester there will be students who will be completing their N3. And then in terms of the program qualification mix for our occupational programs, we've got full qualifications and we've got the skills programs qualifications as indicated. And then we've got the Center for Entrepreneurship, Rapid Incubation and Computer Lab status. We've got a center next door here, the building, and then we've got the maker space. We've got 25 computer labs. We've got 1 practicum room. We've got kitchen and restaurant. We still need to upgrade our computer labs, the computers there. They've been there for quite some time. We had a donation from IDC with computers. Really, we appreciate it, but we've got a plan for 20 in our budget to revamp our computer labs and making sure that also our kitchen and restaurant is up to the standard to be accredited to give occupational programs. And then these are the view infrastructure development, CIEG. Those are the project name and the completion date. We have done 10 programs as per slide there. And then this is the overview, students accommodation and infrastructure development, CIG. And also in terms of CIG, we have upgraded the ICT infrastructure at campuses with that amount, which the comment is we have spent about 95%, and repair of rehabilitation of our roofs, gutters at both campuses, Tosa, and it is a very new contract. And then also we've got in place the maintenance plan we've submitted to the department to be able to deal with upgrade and underground storage of the system, installation of water supply, and facilities at campuses and upgrade sports facilities. New offices for Central will be last on our priority list. And then this is the projects planned as indicated there. I'm left with a few minutes. And then this is the amount which we received for grants. This is the current expenditure as the money which was allocated to the college. We are at 75%. And then in terms of the overview of college finances, we've got the PERSAL, we've got capital infrastructure as indicated there. We've got the NSFAS allocations, we've got the direct transfers, and also the revenue and total expenses. And we've got surplus as indicated on the slide. Audit outcomes, the college has been receiving audit outcomes for quite some time, for past years. And then as the college, we have developed the audit action plan and focus on addressing the qualification paragraphs. In 2023, we had 2 paragraphs. And then in 2022, we regressed 2022, 20. At the bottom, we had 4. And then 2021, we had 2. 2022, we had 5. And then 2023, we've got 2. The reason is that we never had a stable appointed CFO. The CFO was only appointed a year ago. So, but he managed to make sure that we move from 5 paragraphs into 2 paragraphs. We are working tirelessly to make sure that we improve in our audit outcomes. And then this is the outstanding certificates, which is the backlog. We've got in total 177 backlog of national diploma certificates, both NCV, in business, and report 191. And then this is our national programs for hairdressing, afro, building construction, and those were done in 2029, 2022, and 2023-24 financial year. And then in terms of the PPN, the post-allocated distribution were determined by the FTEs from the year 2016 to 2018, and the post-allocated according to those FTEs. Total number allocated was 234, comprising of the academic staff, 122, and support staff, 112. The colleges determine which structure they implement. We end up agreeing with the department that will need a deputy principal registrar. The PPN implementation process started in 1st April 2021, and we expected to conclude by November 2021. The view was that the college should have placed existing personnel staff in the new structures and migrated all eligible staff from the college payroll to personnel and manage them. The college was allocated a budget of 31 million and then the budget cuts caused delays due to COVID-19. Numbers of officials identified for migration were 53 from the college paid staff, and the number of posts captured, it was 43, and the number of posts not captured and reasons where we had 2 serious crimes offenses, and then we had 4 underqualified, and then we've got 1 due to retirement, and then 1 to resignation, and 2 objected migration because they felt that soon they'll be going on pension. And then the progress of issuing matching and placement letters were done to 53 officials received and accepted matching, 43 officials received confirmation of migration letters and acknowledged receipt, and 43 officials received final appointment of letters. Progress in addressing the unmatched, the college has unmatched officials on salary level 5 during the matching and placing due to the post allocation of the structure. By 2023, the college had no unmatched staff. This was due to promotions and resignations and transfers. The progress in staff in terms of the ESA and placed PS post, none. Grievances received relating to implementation, there was no formal grievances because the labor was playing they were part of the whole process in the PPN process. And then implementation of circular, as indicated there, 2 placement officers were upgraded to salary level 7, and IT technicians posts were also upgraded to salary level 7. And these are the progress in implementing the number of posts which are vacant. As process where department, and we had to wait for the authorization. Learners and partnership, we've got areas of collaboration with CETAs. For the current period, we have 5 and private companies, and then in terms of the public partners, we've got 8. And then the successes, as I indicated, that there is an improvement in the performance. 2024. And then the college enrolled higher numbers in 24. Enrolled students, we enrolled 90. '79 wrote and 79 passed, and they were certificated. College students in the hospitality program obtained 4 positions in the National World Skills Competition. We encourage our students to participate in the World Skills competition. And then we have hosted as the college the first artisan graduation in 2023 with 110 artisans in different trades. Normally we've got people with gowns and belts for graduation. This one was very different, where we had people with their overalls, and we gave them toolboxes as their trades to go and start their own businesses. And then in terms of the NSF Phase 2 project in 2022, the college, we have spent 97%, and we were number 2 in 50 colleges to complete the Phase 2 project. And the college successfully implemented the Mercita Solar Photovoltaic Technical Services Private Project. This led to enrollment of 48 students in the new intake of the programs. At the moment, our students are placed in one of the plants near Tennyson or outside Virginia. They are there, and then from there, they will be coming to the college to do the theory, and then they'll go back to the site. And then the college has obtained accreditation as a center of specialization for plumbing and welder. And then the implementation plans are ongoing. There are some criteria which we need to make sure that we tick all the boxes before we can start with the program. We have done that successfully with the hairdressing. So already we've got an experience on how to roll out or to implement an occupational programs. And then the college has sourced 8 assistant lecturers funded by MQA to support teaching and learning. And then challenges and recommendations is appointment of council members. It was said, rigidity, I think Mayor has done on that. The infrastructure, Doctor has touched on that. Introduction of vocational programs, I think I've touched on that college has successfully managed to capacitate 5 engineering workshops and 3 additional hairdressing salons, which led to the accreditation of QTCO. And the recommendation is that capacitation of engineering letters to become artisans and capacitation of remaining 5 lecturers at one of the company, and 3 and 4 also we have placed them our engineering letters to make sure that they can be able to be RPL'd after they've been placed to those companies to become to sit for the artisan. And then the students' accommodation, I think we have done that. That completes my presentation. Sorry, Chairperson, I'm more with 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Principal. You even put a picture of yourself. No, thank you very much, Principal. Labor. Maybe the chairperson of SATU also has a picture of herself at the end of the presentation. Chairperson. Chairperson of SATU. You also have a picture of yourself at the end of the presentation.
No,
oh, okay. I thought it was a college thing.
No.
Okay.
No, it's PowerPoint. All right. In the interest of time, as
Yes.
I'm being assisted technologically, we thank this opportunity for the stakeholder engagement. As SATU, we believe so much in stakeholders having a say in whatever operations that we are involved in. So we thank or we appreciate this sort of engagement. Now, as we were briefed, the brief was that we need to speak on the readiness for academic, readiness in academic perspective for 2025. I will just quote from firstly the chairperson of the council. In her presentation, she talked about, or she raised the point of the filling of critical posts. Now, just out of interest, how do we determine which posts are critical? I'm not expecting a response on that, but I'm going somewhere. Now then, coming to the presentation of the principal, we are so fortunate. Thank you, Chairperson, thank you, Principal, that at least our applications are free. The students needn't pay any application fee. So from the background that we are coming from, with the socio-economic status of the students that we are catering for, we are grateful that they do not have to pay for the application fee. Now, more than this, we are happy that they are not paying for the application fee, because the principal has alluded that we have received 7,619 applications for NCV. We have received 7,079 for NATED, and we have received 273 for occupational programs. Now, in terms of enrollment, out of 7,619, we have only enrolled 1,552. There are people who are knowledgeable with numbers. You can tell us or now what percentage is that. Also with NATED, we have registered, out of this more than 7,000 applications, we've only enrolled 1,638. So that should tell you, is Goldfields TVET College accessible to the community that it is serving? Right. Then now we come to our presentation. Apologies when I'm my chairperson. I will keep referring to the presentations of the speakers that came before us, because part of the presentation or part of our points that we are raising, they are informed or misinformed by the presentations that we have received. Firstly, our problem starts with the registration process. We've already determined that a lot of students apply, but not many of them get an opportunity to be enrolled. How is that happening? It is happening because, one, we do not have the infrastructure. Goldfields has been this size since even before I was born, probably. So we don't know if we have any plans to expand the college in order to ensure that higher education is accessible to our people. My principal referred to online registration and online application. For this process to be online, we need IT. And it is one of the key areas that impedes on the growth of the college, because we do not have the necessary IT, I don't know if it's capacity or if it's personnel. Because every time during registrations, then we have this service provider, I won't say it by name, but hey, during registrations, Saban is always offline. But interestingly, there's a higher institution just here next to us. They don't experience this problem. Why is it that at Goldfields, during registrations, we are unable to register, or our registration processes, they become prolonged because of IT problems? We are doing registration processes online, yet there's about 8 pages that each applicant has to sign for this online registration. There's about 8 pages to register for online. Good? Then we go to the issue of the contract lecturers. In order for us to determine the readiness of the institution, these students, these very few students that were so fortunate that out of the 7,000, they managed to get a space. When they come to the institution, there should be personnel ready to teach them. Now, according to the calendar of the Department of Higher Education and Training, classes ought to have commenced on the 15th of January. On the 15th of January, classes ought to have commenced. We had 17 lecturers that were on contract, whose contracts were terminated in December. The English there is very simple. Thank you for your service. As for the reasons, we don't know. Maybe they are internal, but explicitly there are no reasons provided. Then on the 29th, the people are called back. They come. It's 14 days after the academic year ought to have started. On average, each lecturer has got 6 classes that they are responsible for. So if you do the mathematics, you understand that for 2 weeks, there were students of 11 lecturers that could not access teaching and learning. Why? Because the critical posts have not been filled. Now, as stakeholders, you wonder, as and when strategic planning is done, why is labor not part of it? Is labor considered as a stakeholder? Are the students, is the student council considered as a stakeholder? Or are we those stakeholders, we just get invitations because like today, hey, their uncles are coming, so we also need to be invited. And by the way, we feel like if we had not received the invitation straight from where it came from, it would not have reached us. Because after we had received that invitation, we received a sort of an instruction that we just need to send 1 delegate per union, as opposed to what the parliament had said to us. So that is what we are dealing with. Then, if strategic planning is done, you would have these numbers that you are planning to say, for 2025, I am planning to enroll 3,000 students. Now, how do we say we are waiting for the students to enroll? It's only then that we can appoint people. What does our plan say? Are we planning with was this at the back of our mind that, man, this is not going to succeed, we're not going to be able to register this number of people? Then we talk about the inadequate infrastructure that we are having. I'm surprised, Parliament, you should come every day, honestly, because at least when you are here, Wi-Fi is working. We struggle with Wi-Fi at all the campuses. Yet we are supposed to, our members are supposed to embrace blended learning. We are supposed to embrace online learning. How do you do that? You don't have connectivity. We don't even want to talk about the laptops that our members are using in order to prepare, to be ready. We want to be number 1. Eventually, we want to be number 1. But now you have, out of the staff that are having laptops, even now if you can ask the staff members, academic staff members, how many of them, their laptops are working, you would be shocked. Right? And then also, we enroll, we understand, and I will forever be thankful for the principal and the college council that we are enrolling students who are differently abled. But now, with us enrolling students with disabilities or who are differently abled, are our facilities accessible to them? Do we have staff that is capacitated to deal with such students? And then with that said, are we ready? The parliament will, the portfolio committee will be able to tell. When are we just stating the facts, and then the house will tell if indeed as Goldfields TVET we are ready for the 2025 academic year. And then the online teaching, like we have already said, members do not have functional laptops that will be able to assist them, as well as connectivity both for the students and for the lecturers. And then there's PPN. I want to state categorically that the PPN, the central, the College Implementation Committee that was appointed by the Department of Higher Education and Training, we don't know where it ended, because the meetings that were supposed to be held, in the CIC meetings, you get documents that are already signed. So you're just there to sign the register so that you rubber stamp the decisions that are taken elsewhere. So as Labour, we are a stakeholder that is mostly ignored in terms of assisting the college to reach great heights. It is through engagements with all the stakeholders that the college can be able to reach these great heights. We have already, or we have recommendations that we would like to share with the House. Firstly, that the college should ensure that the learning and teaching support materials are available, not just the textbooks. We are in an era where even e-books are there, and they are less expensive. Secondly, that the registration process, we don't need these paper documents that we are filling in order for this process to be done. It can be done online naturally, like other institutions. Then you wonder, what is it that is stopping Goldfields from us being able to go fully online? And then our plea is that council should source funding in order to ensure that extra classrooms are built, because it's disappointing really that we are in the Free State that is deemed as #1 in terms of the matriculants. Whenever we are talking, we know Free State is #1, but we are not doing anything. We are unable to contribute to advancing these learners that pass with #1 because we lack the infrastructure to assist them when they are here at the college. Also, the procurement of learning aids for our students with learning disabilities. We believe, or we are of the belief, that it should be something that is done urgently. As soon as we register a student, then we should be able to get the necessary learning aids for them in order for them not to be disadvantaged. And then despite there being collective agreement 2 of 2013 of the ELRC, which speaks of permanence, wherein it states that if a lecturer has been on a post that is vacant and substantive for a period of 12 months, they should be converted to permanence. We don't do that here at Goldfields. We give them contracts that started this year. They started on the 29th of January, and they are ending on the 11th of December. And you understand, for those 11 people, maybe for us as a college, it's just 11 people. But if you look at it from a social point of view, how many mouths need to be fed by those 11 people, right? And then also, we would require that IT, the appointment of a capable IT, to be prioritized. The campus that I come from, we were robbed by death, that our IT technician died. The funeral was in September, we are in March, we still don't have an IT person. We are relying on the interns, and the interns are supposed to be at the college to be learning from, to be shadowing people. Now, who are they shadowing if we don't have? Comrade Marcella, as you
We're
come.
left with 3 minutes.
Sorry, Chair. Sorry.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable delegates, Chairperson, and fellow workers, I greet you all in solidarity and strength. As Labour, we are committed to ensuring that the voices of our support staff are heard and that real solutions are implemented to improve the working and learning conditions at Goldfields TVET College. As we reflect on the current state of affairs, it is clear that there are critical challenges that urgently need to be addressed. These challenges not only affect staff morale, but also hinder our collective mission to provide quality education. Allow me to outline these key concerns raised in our engagements and offer a path forward. The CET Act remains a tool utilized by executive to prevent the adoption of recommendations from Labour and other stakeholders as they cite the severe funding constraints imposed by the Act. According to the executive, these limitations restrict the financial resources available for salaries, infrastructure, and essential support services. As Labour, we cannot accept this reasoning as other institutions seemingly have moved in the right direction. However, this institution remains stagnant in effecting changes. Adding to this landscape is the limited institutional autonomy that hinders swift decision-making. Excessive bureaucracy slows down hiring processes, leaving critical positions vacant for extended periods. The consequences of this inefficiency are felt daily by support staff who must work under immense pressure without adequate resources or assistance. One of the most pressing issues we face in this is the ineffective registration rollout. Year after year, our members are burdened with the administrative failures that disrupt student admissions and create chaos in our institution. It is our workers who must pick up the pieces, working under immense pressure with little to no support. This cannot continue, Chairperson. We demand a registration system that is efficient, transparent, and supportive of both students and staff. Another critical challenge is the deteriorating state of infrastructure within our institution. Buildings are crumbling, resources are scarce, and the inadequate investment of infrastructure puts both workers and students at risk. New buildings cannot be erected, and funds are utilized for major maintenance issues that have been neglected. Even with projects that have been completed, there is a lack of maintenance of the refurbished buildings, which brings to question what the facilities manager and the campus manager's responsibilities are. This, coupled with the non-existent PPE policy, endangers the safety of our members. We cannot accept the workplace that compromises our well-being. Occupational health and safety should not be an afterthought. It should be a priority. As Labour, we will not rest until every worker is provided with the necessary tools and protective gear to perform their duties safely. We cannot ignore the financial constraints that continue to plague our institution. Staff shortages are a constant reality, which result in increased workloads and delayed provision of crucial administration and technical assistance. The exuberant wage bill is due to the overstaffing of academic staff, and support staff are left to take the brunt of these poorly implemented decisions by academic and corporate departments. This not only affects the performance of support staff who are constantly overworked and underappreciated, but also compromises the overall efficiency of this institution. Chairperson, I also cannot ignore the human resource crisis plaguing our institution. vacant posts remain unfilled, staff turnover is alarmingly high, and there is a severe shortage of professionals to provide quality education and support services. These are not just statistics. These are real people suffering due to mismanagement and inefficiencies. We call for the immediate filling of critical posts and a workplace plan that prioritizes both retention and professional development. Furthermore, we continue to witness unfair labor practices and inconsistent human resource development implementation, which undermines the worker rights. Our members are subjected to appointments whereby salaries are not aligned with the advertised post. Furthermore, many of our members are subjected to oppressive and inconsistent decisions, unclear career progression paths, and strategies that do not align with the needs of our workforce. Consequence management is implemented as and when HR deems it necessary. This is not just a betrayal to workers, but a violation of their fundamental rights. We demand fair and transparent HR strategies that not only protect our members, but also provide them with opportunities to grow. As we speak of worker rights, we must also highlight the issue of staff wellness. Too many of our members are overworked, stressed, and unsupported. Mental health and wellness programs are non-existent within the institution. We must prioritize the well-being of our workers, not just academic, but ensuring that they have access to support services and conducive working environment. A healthy workforce is a productive workforce, and it is time that our institution recognizes that instead of treating support staff as an afterthought. Governance of our institution is another area of concern. This institution lacks institutional maturity, and policies remain poorly implemented. There is a poor interpretation of policies and inadequate monitoring and evaluation systems in place. During the rollout of PPN, there was an appointed committee which agreed on the structure. However, the current structure does not speak to that decision that was taken during that particular seating. Risk management is neglected and accountability is absent. How can we expect progress when there is no accountability for objectives that have not been achieved? Accountability should not be used as a weapon by management as and when they seek to target individuals. Instead, it should be used as a tool to identify areas of improvement. We call for the establishment of strong monitoring mechanisms, risk management strategies, and management that is held accountable for their actions. Moreover, change is often resisted instead of being embraced. Lack of change management and poor stakeholder engagement, specifically the inclusion of unions, have stalled progress and left workers excluded from critical decision-making processes. This institution has zero value proposition, and the main function that we are supporting, which is teaching and learning, does not see a need for change. We refuse to be sidelines any longer. Workers must have a voice in shaping policies and directly affecting them. And Labour will continue to push for a culture of transparency, inclusivity, and meaningful engagement to drive sustainable change.
Yeah, it's a sign that I've given you even bonus time.
I understand, Chairperson.
Yeah, let's conclude.
Yes, Chairperson.
Yes.
I'm speaking to the recommendations and I'm wrapping up.
Let's conclude.
Okay, Chairperson.
Yes.
Chairperson, in conclusion, Chairperson, the challenges we are citing today are merely symptoms of the real issue, and are merely just challenges, a symptom to the real issue. And the real issue is that we are here today because of the executive of this institution has zero drive for excellence and innovation. If academic function does not know where they are headed, it makes it impossible to provide the efficient support. And until executive can provide a directive as to what our value proposition is, we will remain in a position whereby we have zero impact and we will not show any return on investment on the money that the government has poured within this institution. As I close, thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, let's give them a round of applause. President will now go to the Student Representative Council. I know unions they'll give us a 9-page presentation and have 90-page notes on the site and concentrate on the notes and not on the presentation. We've given you 26 minutes, what agreed on 15, so that tomorrow you don't accuse us of not giving you enough time. President SRC, if you can take us through.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Chairperson, all protocols observed. My name is Princess Twabala, and it is an honor to stand in front of you all today to present on behalf of Goldfields TVET College in the state of readiness of our college. First and foremost, I'll start off with the SRC itself. Student Representative Council structure, success and projects. The SRC of Goldfields TVET College is fully constituted and adheres strictly to the guidelines of the CET Act. We were recently elected and inducted during a comprehensive program from the 13th to the 16th of March 2025, equipping us with the necessary governance and leadership skills to serve effectively. As a newly inaugurated structure, we are determined to create a dynamic student life experience that fosters academic excellence while ensuring that students remain engaged, motivated, and well supported. Our key focus areas include academic support strategies, enhancing study programs, mentorship initiatives, and peer-led tutoring sessions. Student welfare, addressing student hunger and food insecurity by collaborating with stakeholders to implement food relief programs. Campus engagement, revitalizing student life with events and initiatives that encourage attendance, interaction, and participation. We believe that an active, enthusiastic student body translates into better academic performance, student retention, and a more vibrant campus life. College infrastructure. The need for modernization while we appreciate, the need for modernization. While we appreciate the ongoing construction efforts at our college, we cannot ignore that our infrastructure is not yet at a standard befitting an institution that serves as an increasing student population. Goldfields TVET College is experiencing a growing influx of students, and we must match this demand with an expansion of classrooms, laboratories, and workshops that align with industry needs. We advocate for infrastructure that speaks to the future, modern, tech-enabled spaces that foster innovation, practical training, and industry readiness. Investing in infrastructure is investing in the future workforce of our nation. Thirdly, student accommodation, a step towards accreditation. One of the biggest challenges we face is the lack of college-owned hostel. Currently, students rely on private accommodation, often in unsafe and academically unsuitable environments. However, we are actively working on getting landlords registered and accredited with NSFAS to ensure that our students live in secure, conducive spaces that promote both learning and well-being. This transition is critical. Without safe and reliable accommodation, academic success is compromised. We seek your support in fast-tracking the accreditation process and establishing long-term solutions, such as the potential construction of a college-managed students' residence. Fourthly, teaching and learning. Addressing lecture shortages, teaching and learning remain the core of our academic journey. And while instructional delivery is progressing smoothly, the shortage of lecturers is a pressing concern. The presence of assistant lecturers is appreciated, but many arrive without clear direction or proper induction, leaving students struggling to grasp key concepts. We call for timely appointments of qualified lecturers to prevent gaps in learning, proper onboarding for assistant lecturers so they can contribute meaningfully, investment in academic resources that support both students and lecturers in the learning process. Education cannot be compromised, and we must ensure that every student has access to the highest quality instruction possible. Fifthly, enhancing academic support through assistant lecturers. Number one, the introduction of assistant lecturers. The introduction, the role of assistant lecturers in improving academic support, their contribution to inclusive education, especially for students with disabilities. Number 2, key benefits, support for students with disabilities, assisting with tests and exams, ensuring equal opportunities, continuing in teaching, filling in for lecturers when they are unavailable, preventing disruptions, workload management, helping lecturers keep up with marking, tutorials, and practical sessions, academic performance boost. More personalized support leads to better student outcomes. 3, implementation and recommendations. Expanding the program to more departments, ensuring assistant lecturers receive proper training, promoting collaboration between lecturers, assistants, and student support services. 6, NSFAS. A system in crisis, it will be a disservice not to address what is arguably one of the most frustrating challenges student faces across the country, NSFAS. The administrative inefficiencies, delayed payments, and lack of communication creates a crisis that directly affects students' ability to focus on their studies. We propose the following urgent interventions as the SRC: a streamlined NSFAS administration process with clear guidelines and improved accountability, a dedicated NSFAS liaison officer at college to provide real-time updates and resolve issues promptly, enhanced communication channels so students receive timely information regarding their funding statuses. NSFAS is meant to be a support system, not a roadblock to education. We need tangible reforms to ensure that financial aid serves its intended purpose, empowering students to learn without the burden of uncertainty. 7, enhancing college sports facilities for student development as the SRC. We recognize the vital role that sports and physical activities play in student development, teamwork, and overall well-being. However, our college currently lacks proper sports equipment and well-maintained fields. For every major sports event, we are forced to rely on nearby primary schools, despite having a large fields on our campus that, if properly revamped, could serve as a hub for sports excellence and student engagement. Investing in these facilities would not only improve student participation in athletics, but also open doors to sports development programs, tournaments, and skill-building opportunities. We urge the relevant stakeholders to prioritize the renovation and equipping of our college fields to create a space that fosters talent, discipline, and college pride. By doing so, we will not only enhance student experiences, but also position our institution as a competitive force in sports and recreation. As a conclusion, our call to action, Goldfields TVET College, is not just an education institution. It is a hub for skills development, economic growth, and social transformation. We are committed to ensuring that every student walks through our doors, leaves with the skills, knowledge, and opportunities to thrive. However, we cannot do this alone. We need your partnership, your advocacy, and your commitment to investing in modern infrastructure that aligns with industry needs, supporting safe and accredited student accommodation, addressing the lecture shortage with urgency, fixing the systematic failures of NSFAS, empowering the SRC with the resources to serve students effectively. Let us work together to build a TVET sector that is not only functional but transformational, one that equips young people with the skills to drive South Africa forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President. Let's give them a round of applause. President says in conclusion, working together we can do more. President is very clear. NSFAS, please give NSFAS there at the back a mic to respond to number of issues that have been raised in NSFAS.
Good morning once again. Thank you very much, Chair. I would like President to correct me if I'm not answering the questions she had asked, but I've noted the issue of systems. I would like her to give a clarity in terms of which systems is she referring to when she speaks of systems. But in terms of the delayed payments, it will help, Chair, if we can get a list of these students that are actually saying that their payments are delayed, so that we can be able to check what exactly is the issue the payments are delayed. Because ever since the system, we moved from systems of the partners that we had to banking systems, we had very, very minimal cases of delayed payments. So I think President can assist in terms of giving me the list. As far as I was here the week before last, those issues were resolved. But I will also accept the list from her if she still have those students complaining of delayed payments. Accountability, and I'm sure she also mentioned deployment. I'm sure she's talking to the deployment that was recently. I'm not sure if she is, in fact, referring to the recent deployment, or is she speaking to the permanent deployment that has been requested by students. I would have loved if management was here to answer on that one. It's a level above me to answer on that one. Communications. Also, I did not get as much as where is NSFAS lacking in terms of communicating with students in that regards, Chairperson. I really apologize if Princess can just clarify those two for me, so that I can be able to answer if it's something that I can be able to answer to.
Yeah, let's do this NSFAS. I'm not a student here, but I know that NSFAS does not respond to queries of students. So let's do this. You should have a list of students from here that have applied for NSFAS.
Correct.
So what we are going to do, before we leave here, now we're leaving here very late, but before we leave here, you guys, principal, will give us a venue or SRC office. We'll sit down with them, with SRC. Now, on a breakaway, you'll get all the issues and we'll resolve them. Before we leave, we want to know issue by issue, how have you resolved before we leave this city. Let's close it that way. I'm sure there are a number of students that they will give you, who many of them would have appealed, or who your system would have said X, but the situation is Y. So let's agree that we'll do it that way.
Most definitely, Chair. Thank you very much.
Honorable Souls, we have 12 minutes. Now we're starting with, you don't want to start? Okay. Honorable Khabo, Honorable Low, we'll start with you. Let me first deal with my time. So we've got 12 minutes, starting now. Honorable Khabo, Honorable Low.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, colleagues and honorable members. I think first and foremost, the Deputy Minister was here to make a state of readiness. The second Deputy Minister of Higher Education, or the first Deputy Minister of Higher Education, Chair. I don't want to change the arrangement of GNU. We are still tied and united. So I want to check, before that I proceed with my questions, because I'm one person who believes that if there could have been a visit from the Deputy Minister, it means there could have been issues that could have been dealt with already. And it's unfortunate that there's a framework and a format that we use to deal with issues with regard to students' issues, finances, and the college. I want to know a few, because I saw part of the problem was NSFAS. Now, NSFAS is saying today, President send me the list. We are not running a tax shop here. We are not going to arrive, and then when we arrive here, we want to work as if there is no integration amongst ourselves and we are not one institution. I've got a problem with that. When you arrive here, you must come and tell us. Our last meeting with NSFAS as SRC was on this date, and these are the issues that we think are outstanding, and our upcoming meeting will be on this particular date, and then we're going to resolve issues on those particular ways. So I want us to understand, we need to collaborate our work. We need to work together and make sure that issues of students are dealt with. Look, I'm saying all of this because re prepare bokamoso wa bana ka mo collegeng gore ba kgone go ka nna barutegi ba ke ba kgone go fetola setšhaba. Now the current narrative on TVET is that we need to realign our curriculum to respond to the current economical issues and the demands of the technological advancement. Now what we must do here, we should be discussing how far are we to advance our country with regard to the curriculum, and how far are we to resort to the historical dates issues that affects our students, so that when we leave, we know that we are on one page and the country is moving. Now, my fear is that, Chair, my fear is that we are heading to the third day and we are getting similar issues that are identical. Similar issues that are repeating itself, similar issues that need management, council, and students and unions to sit down and say, what becomes the common issues that we're agreeing with, number one. Two, what becomes the grounds to engage on issues that affect students, and we sought to avoid issues that seeks to put us down and affects our students. For example, when management comes here and council, they should also tell us to say, given all the issues that we have faced with the students, at least at this point in time, our relationships is at this point, and these are the issues that we are relating with. And then your presentation will collaborate, and it will work. It will speak to itself. To say, look, man, we've got serious interest of our students, and we want to intensify and enhance our college. So ever since we came here, we never got news to say we as a college or as institutions, we have came up with strategies to respond to the presidential SONA. For example, Chair, a presidential SONA that have said TVET must be institutions that are going to be center to change the current dynamics in making sure that we invest in innovativeness and research so that South Africa can internalize its own capacity and do not get affected by the global political tensions that seeks to belittle and take much more of our desires in making sure that there's not much more of funding. Now, you became the hub and the center of thinking with regard to what becomes the response. I'm saying this, if the president can call a summit or an Imbizo or a meeting with TVET and say, look, we need to immediately integrate into the system for ICT robotics and make sure that South Africa is producing, let's say 70% of the minerals are being produced in the country through the TVET, and 70% of what we are producing as a country, we're left to respond to the immediate issues that affect our students. Now, that means if we can sit here and discuss these things, we'll never have issues of historical deaths of students. We'll never have to have colleges having to be confused about placements of students in various sectors of the industry that seeks to say we need to align our curriculum and our skills. In fact, we are under pressure, DDG. We are faced with problems that South Africa, for the many times after apartheid, the primitive years of apartheid, we are forced to be at the center of discussions of international and national domestic geopolitics that seeks us to be firm and understand what do you want to attain. Now, the most important aspect is that we are in 2025, and we have set ourselves to in 2030, we are going to attain that our people are going to have access, which in a revolutionary term, we call it a democratic society. That is national democratic society that allows us to access education without discrimination and to equally deal with issues that affect our motive forces, which is our people, whom our students are attending colleges here. Now, you are creating a narrative that colleges are not assisting and are not responding because of the challenges that are emanating every year. We can't have similar challenges January, February, March that are emanating from students or unions, and we are doing nothing about them. That means your predetermined objectives, your targets that you could have set as per your key performance areas and your plans, says you are not doing according to what is expected, and council, you must play your role of oversight on management. And then so that when you come here, you are telling us, but we've been telling this management and you're not able with this and that. So that we are able to respond to the needs of our students. So I'm speaking here, I'll send my questions, Chair. But I wanted to maybe say that what becomes critical here as we move here and as we are going to make follow-ups and feedbacks is to think of the community to say the economical status quo of our people surrounding the college is not good. It's not responding to the current needs. But the college can be the hope to see how do we therefore interconnect and connect the work and make sure that we respond to the demands. What the stakeholders? In your presentation, you could have told us that what our collaborations, what the stakeholders? We've got the municipality, we've got departments that make sure that there are placements because we're dealing with practicality. And we're dealing with learners who should at the ultimate and be absorbed for them to be able to go and explore their skills. Do we have such? Have we ever thought of going to say, out of this college in the community, what centers do we want to put so that our learners can go and make sure they create their understanding of what they've learned and they want to give back to the society? So I want to say, Chair, to council, to management, to SRC, go back and discuss your issues. NSFAS must not come and tell us, send us the list and what are they doing? We must always go to them. That's why they are in Cape Town or they are in Bloemfontein. They must come to the colleges. They must see to it that they address issues and say, no. What this college, we are dealing with it, we are just having a backlog on this particular college. We want those response. We don't want, or no, tech givers will do that. It means you are doing things by the way. We are not doing things by the book. On Monday, I know that is constituency work in Parliament. On Tuesday is basic education. Wednesday is higher education. On Thursday, I make reviews on what we've been presented. And have we assisted our people and have we made impact? So you can present here, but if your presentation does not respond to the ground, there's no use for one to ask you questions. But there's use for one to tell you, go back, management and council. These unions and these students are not your enemies. Before all of us who are here in the college, we are society members who should have the interest of our people at heart and make sure we communicate. We are human beings here. And I think all of us who are matured and we are clear as to what we want to attain for our students to be able to respond to the needs. Now, if attitude can change from above, on the ground for the student, it will change. And you will see collaborations and working together because I can sense sabotage and I can sense dishonesty and I can sense whereby we are not dealing with issues accordingly. And it creates a problem for you, management and council and students and SRC to address these issues. So my chair is to say to the entire collective here, to say, with my observation, I've asked questions. And when we ask questions, we would not want to ask questions as if we want to shine. No. We want to ask questions to assist the process so that when we go back and compile our report, we are able to understand what becomes our problem historical and where do we locate them. And after locating them, we are able to say, then we've got collaboration because Parliament must work with the department and other institutions from downwards and we can understand each other. So I'll submit my questions in writing, Chair, and then I'll make sure that the Secretary gets them, and I'll want to thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. No questions asked from Honorable Law. Honorable Kakao.
Thank you, Chairperson. DDG Zungu, in our meeting with the Central Johannesburg College, we discussed the issue of business studies, the fact that the curriculum of business studies is outdated. So essentially students are learning things that are not relevant for anything, for any employment and nothing about their lives. And you indicated, DDG, that you are in a process of phasing out business studies as an offering. My question is twofold. One, when are you committing to this institution as the deadline for the phasing out? But then two, even if you're phasing it out, it still doesn't do away with the fact that there's students who are still studying with business studies right now, who are still going to, and who have qualifications in business studies that is outdated. So what can happen to those people who are sitting at home unemployed with certificates of irrelevant courses?
Thank you, Honorable Kakao, through you, Chair. We have set firstly the timelines for the phasing out of engineering-related N1, 2, and 3, and the last examinations is December 2023. Obviously, people that are still in the system, we need to consider them for examinations where they could have not made it, so that we consider them. With the business studies, because the business studies start from N4 to N6, which is post-matric, the N1, 2, and 3 is within the matric level. So with the N4 to N6, we are reviewing that curriculum.
Chair, excuse now, DDG.
Yes.
I told you you are reviewing. I know you are. My question was, when is the deadline? One, two. The
review of the curriculum will go as far as 2027, and we are in that regard. The introduction of vocational programs, they will also take into account those levels that are above matric. In other
So
words,
DDG, you are saying that in 2025 we still have 2 more years of studying towards an outdated curriculum. That's fine, I heard you.
Yes.
As for those who have already qualified, who are sitting with a qualification that is outdated, what do you say to them?
Well, if you have studied a curriculum in a similar way as universities will do, you've studied a curriculum that gets upgraded from time to time. For instance, you had a BCom degree, which...
No, Chair, I'm begging. I understand what you're trying to do, but it's not fair. I'm honestly trying to engage honestly with you. Simple, you can say I don't know, and it's fine.
I know.
You don't, because you're not responding to the question, Handle. The issue here, Chairperson, through you, the issue here is you cannot in all honesty say, Hore, even if I studied BCom in 2003 and I hold that qualification that obviously in 2005 what I studied is not as relevant, and therefore if I'm in practice, it's the same principle as when you are offering now recently, an offering that has been outdated for over the last 20 years, that students are sitting with, young people are sitting with and are unable to practically apply themselves. In 2003, a BCom person was able to be employed with a qualification that works. So even if the curriculum changes since 2003 to 2025, in work, in practice, they are upgrading their knowledge and their application. You're not affording business studies students to do so.
The introduction of occupational programs, that's where I was going, Honorable Kakao, to say, that is then giving them the option to advance their knowledge that they've acquired. It's not their fault that they've acquired that. But as a department, the introduction of occupational programs give them that option to upgrade their knowledge on a continuous basis, because knowledge is not static. Yes.
Can I pause you? Who's going to pay for the occupational upgrading? Are they paying themselves? Is NSFAS paying again? Who's paying?
The payment of studies for students, they will be funded, as they are funded as we speak now.
So you paid for an outdated qualification, you wasted money, and you're gonna pay again now for the upgrading.
The phasing out of programs is also legislated, Honorable Khakao.
It's fine, I'm gonna move on.
The
Chairperson.
phasing of
Ke a le-
N1 to
ke a leboha, Ntate
N3
Zungu.
had to go through the
Ntate
process
Zungu, ke a
through
leboha. My
Parliament.
time. Ke a leboha. Thank you.
Thank you.
Principal, who's the campus manager of this Tosa?
It's Mr. Ratsilo
Ke
Maleke.
kopa o fe Ntate Maleke mic. I'm a post chair, ha mic e ntse o tsamaya.
Ntate Maleke.
He's not in the room. Is there any questions?
Okay, it's fine. How good and then
It's
ke tla
because
araba.
of exam, we are running examinations.
Running examinations, okay,
And then
so
it's a chief invigilator.
So you'll take responsibility then for this question. When I walked out, I went to the toilet and I used the students' toilet. And there's only one toilet paper roll in there. Ke tshwere ke mala. So, which meant, hanna ke le busy ka toilet paper, E1, e teng ka moo. Everybody else in the two other cubicles a kenang, hana toilet paper. I tried to flush, principal. How flush e metsi a tswa le manyenyana, and it's not because Velcom e timme metsi, because ke kgonne ho hlapa matsoho. But even ha ke hlapa matsoho ha ona sesepa. Ha ke qeta ho hlapa matsoho ha ona ntho e ke iphumelang ka yona. Ha ke tswa ka ntle ke kopana le mme o teng ka mona. O batla toilet le ena. Ntate a mo directang hore a ye toilet. O re ho yena tjhemme se ye toileteng tsa bana tsa baithuti mohlomphong tsona maemo a teng ha hantle. Mpo o ye ho tsa baithuti. Hobaneng baithuti le batho be leng hore ha ba treat jwalo ka tokelo tsa bona tsa toilet di tshwana le batho ba haholo?
Thank you, Honorable Member. It's just maybe Mr. Maleke is not here, but according to what directives which we gave to all the campuses, they must have toilet paper. We are having a challenge with water within the township here and the Velcom area.
Ntate ke letswalla la Velcom heso ke Jerusalem. So ke kopa ha o bua ka bothata ba metsi ba ka ga Velcom ba hana tje. Ke a tseba hore metsi hana tjena teng ho ha flash ya ona le metsi. So ska leka ho nketsa di chips o fry.
Okay, e re ke fe Ntate Maleke.
You can't, Chairperson, can I say something? It is wrong, Principal. Yes, there's a delegation of powers for the campus manager, but it is your job as a principal to know and be able to respond to what's happening at a campus. Office ya hawe kai?
Flamingo Park.
Flamingo Park. Utla ha kai mo?
Twice, thrice per week.
Okay. So you should be able to respond then. Tswela pele Ntate.
Yes, it's a challenge which maybe we need to look into as the college as a whole, not for this campus only, for other campuses. So what we have agreed upon in terms of hygiene for everyone, including our students, we must adhere to.
Do you have a plumber that you have on speed dial that is able to fix who flash your hand? I'm
Yes.
happy to give you a contact.
We've got lecturers who are
Please
giving
use that,
pampers.
do so.
We'll
I'm
do
saying this, Chairperson, because it's not right. Abana hona tje ha ka kgona ho flasha ka mole. It means somebody else can't use the toilet. And hona no ha ke khutla, it's probably still the same. For students who use that toilet alone every time, what is their life like? It's small things like that. Small things, particularly for banana who are going to get the infection. It shouldn't be a problem at all. Toilet paper ha iduri hakalo ntate. And it is not right for students to have to batswa malapeng elong hore le bona lapeng ha ona toilet paper. Ebe ba tlo tlameha hore ba fihle mo ba sa kgone hore ba itlele toilet paper. Ba sa kgone. Ntho e nyenyana fela ntate ke kopa o ilukise. That's not too much to ask. Thank you. Chair, I still have 3 minutes to go. CFO o kae principal? CFO, I see according to presentation at Principal, you guys spent 2 million on ICT upgrades. Is that true, sir?
That's correct, ma'am.
What were you upgrading?
The IT infrastructure in terms of network. The IT infrastructure in terms of network to improve connectivity across campuses.
So when Labour says there's Wi-Fi connectivity problems every day, all day, and when they say there's a problem, during registration and all of those things, what are they referring to? Are they lying?
Chair, during registration there might be increased traffic which causes maybe clogging of the system. But on any other given day, we do have network operating at all campuses.
Okay, two things. One, labor is lying. Number two, your upgrade was an upgrade, but that doesn't deal with traffic overload. Got 2 million rands.
The upgrade, Chair, through your chair, was completed in December last year. So the reference to challenges, it might be things of the past, but due to maybe things like sometimes when we have load shedding, you might have issues from time to time.
Ke kopa ho tima ntate. Labor, mme, nkgono ke kopa o nke mic. CFO are update ya 2 million ya ICT e qadilwe ka December. Bothata ba network o buang ka bona bo etsa elements se ka jana wa?
Every day, every day. Okay. We go even for weeks without connectivity.
Ntate ke kopa o hlalosa hore na mme o bua leshano ka ntate ke yana bua mafosi.
Through Chair, I think I've made my statement. We have network operating at campuses on daily basis. Her statement is her decision.
SRC President, you also cited that there's a problem with network for students and ICT. Do you remain with your statement? Do you maintain it?
I remain with my statement.
Chairperson, so when SRC le Labour ba hanana le CFO, re etsa jwang hobane in my view, ha batho ba babedi ba bua ntho e le nngwe ka motho a le mong. It means hore ntate ha bue nnete kapa o hana nka boikarabelo. In this situation, what do we do? Haholo because there's a 2 million rands attached to the upgrade. I need you to please address that because ha ke tsebe hore na hana tjena na re etsa jwang in this case. Principal, you said you have accountability sessions with staff members tse leng hore di underperforming. What do they look like?
No, what we, yes, thanks. We've got the accountability sessions of which I'm leading the team on that.
What do they look like, that?
There's issues which are raised by the lecturers. They look bad, to be honest. But most of the time it's not blaming, is to make sure that we support them.
So lefana ka counseling, ya hore, o sebeditse hampe, sorry Chair, this is my final one. O sebeditse hampe, but how sebeditse handle, how cancel, ha tijelo moto, how disciplinary?
No, firstly, before we reach that stage of consequence management, the first and the second time we give a lecturer a chance so that we come up or she come up with a improvement strategy, and then thereafter we are going to make follow-up. If the strategies which are supported by the campus and the management and from the lecturer itself, they are not working, then we zoom into the lecturer, him or herself, about the performance. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Msazan.
No, thanks, Chair, and to the management of the institution for the presentations, to Labour, the Students' Representative Council of this particular institution. Chair, perhaps just to share my sentiments, or rather to share the sentiments of Honorable Low in his absence, I would just want to also just perhaps deposit my sentiment, or just one sentiment in those sentiments that I share with him. To say, Chair, as members of the Portfolio Committee of Higher Education and Training, when we conduct oversight or our business as the Portfolio Committee, we're not merely doing a tick box exercise. And of course, to some of us, we are starting to be very uncomfortable with the manner in which institutions give us a certain attitude where we must feel as if they are running their own spaza shops. We are there to do a tick box exercise and we can't touch them, which, by the way, we can. And we have the constitutional power and obligation to do so.
And we're going to start being very harsh, and I'll speak for myself as a member of the Portfolio Committee and a member that is deployed by a political party that has a responsibility to ensure that these institutions are functional. We're going to start being very harsh, principal, not particularly to yourselves, but to the sector and definitely to the department, Honorable Manzini, because it doesn't sit well with us, or some of us, as members of the Portfolio Committee. So I'm going to have really a few questions, Chair, because we are asking the same questions, speaking about the same things day in, day out, and we leave and we go to the next institution and we do the same things. And as Honorable Law was saying, then nothing happens. We don't pick up from where we would have stopped before. So it's like we're turning in circles, and we're not here for that. So I'm going to be very precise in terms of questions, really a few questions. And then I will not reiterate what has been already submitted. On safety and security, Principal and your officials, it is said that there's a draft policy on GBV awaiting approval. So I would want to know, how long has that draft policy been concluded? And it's waiting for approval from who? From council, from the department? And if it's council, why is it not approved thus far? Or does the interim council don't have the authority to approve it? I just want to get an understanding of that. And a question that also speaks to safety and security would be for us to be at least finished with the cases relating to GBV, say for the past academic year, 2024, if you may, or 2023, 2024 as well. How many cases of GBV have been reported? Cases of sexual harassment and other crimes that would have been reported, and how have they been processed? And then finally, on that particular safety and security as well, so that we just get done with that particular aspect of my questions on safety and security. I did see it was highlighted that 107 students have been capacitated on GBV through civil education and soft skills program. So what becomes their responsibility, and how effective is that responsibility, if any, after that particular program? If you could just answer those three, Principal, with your officials, of course. I'm not crucifying you. You have officials that are also are going to assist you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I'm going to respond to the first question and the second question, and then I'll give Deputy Principal Registrar to deal with 117 students who are capacitated. In terms of the draft policy, all the policies were due for review for the college, and then we have submitted them. We have went through the processes and submitted them for council for approval. There were 3 policies which were not approved, where we need to do more work on them and more consultations. In terms of the one, it was on this GBV, which we are busy with it, and then we have got the inputs. So what we are going to do now is to present it to the college council and make sure that the student leadership, they've got the buy-in of it, and then it will be presented. They are part of the college council. If they are not happy, they can raise issues there. And also the council will have time to look into it, and then it will be approved. As I've indicated through my presentation, is that we are planning to submit it for council for approval. So it doesn't go through to the department. It's there. The department, they've got policies, but if you've got policies from the department, for us is to make sure that the council adopt the policy from the department. What we do, we customize there and there to search the area where we are living and make sure that they can be adopted by council.
Okay, Principal, on that same matter, because maybe you missed the part where I spoke about timelines. So I don't know when you're meeting with council, but in the absence of that particular policy that is passed by council, what is in place?
We are using the draft.
Although it's not approved.
It's not approved, but it's a guidance. It's giving us the guidance. We are not having something which is not, but we've got, according to the draft which we are having, where there is questions about that, then we are not going to zoom more into them. But where there is consensus, where it went through for consultation, then it will be used as a guide.
Okay, Principal, so you are using a draft that is not approved by council to deal with matters of GPV currently?
That's what I can say, Chairperson.
Okay, when are you meeting council to submit that that draft?
We were supposed to have meeting last night. We have postponed it to next week. We have 2 dates, Wednesday or Thursday. So that is how we are going to present them.
Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Thank you very much. On the cases, I asked about cases of GPV that would have been reported, cases of sexual harassment and other crimes that would have been reported in the 2024, maybe in 2023 academic year. Do you have such data that can be finished to us?
Okay.
And can you say maybe from the top of your head if there have been any cases of sexual harassment, GPV, that have been reported?
No, it's from
Because
the
we didn't see
previous
it.
years. We do it, but as we've indicated for which period specific. You said 24.
Say 2024.
24.
If there are any cases in
formally,
2023.
formally, I didn't receive any sexual harassment.
GPV?
GPV, not within our space.
Not
at
within
college.
this particular institution?
No.
At 2023? 2023 as well?
2023, there was a case of between the lecturer and the student. There was a case which was reported, and the disciplinary process went through. And then there was a verdict, and then there was the person filed for what is...
It wasn't in your report, Principal. It was not in your report. But on other aspects, you touch from 2022 to 2024. A critical matter like that one, you did not put it in your report.
Sorry about that, but
it can't be
there's a
correct.
case. I'm sorry.
Would want to be finished with that in writing, please, Principal.
We'll do that.
And then I'm going to proceed.
For 117 students, I'll humbly request the deputy principal.
Thank you, Principal. Thank you, Chair. With the capacitation of soft skills, we're working with Higher Health. What does it do? It capacitates our students to be aware of the GPVF, how to handle those cases when it happens, what do you do when you are a victim. Also, it helps those that are trained already. We are continuing, it's just the stats for currently. It helps them to know what to do when they feel victims. And then it also helps them to protect themselves when they are found themselves being victims. Thank you, Chair.
Deputy Principal, I asked what then becomes their role. So if you're telling me about 107 students out of your enrollment or your capacity as an institution, then it doesn't, I mean, it defeats logic to me to only train that particular number out of the total enrollment of your institution. So I would have assumed that they have a role such as peer educators or whatever the case may be. That's what I was asking.
Okay, sorry, Honorable. Yes, the training started with the peer educators, so they are working with students. It's effective in a way of awareness to other students as well when we're working with the peer educators.
So they would come from different faculties, I should assume, but there's no residences. So how do they then cascade the information or how do I put this? How do they teach others about it or capacitate others? What role do they play after having been trained?
We now and again have awarenesses through in campuses. We have an awareness campaigns that we roll out in both campuses. So that's when that we make other students aware of the GBVF.
No, it's fine. I'm going to pass because I think we're not understanding each other. If in this room we are trained to be people that can perform first aid, including mouth to mouth as is part of first aid, then we are tasked to go to our respective campuses and institutions. It can't be correct, and
Unfortunately.
as I'm concluding,
Yes.
would then have to teach our institutions how to perform first aid. That's a role we would have been given after having been trained. So that 107 students don't play a role. It's just for themselves to know and to be able to defend themselves and all of that. That's what you were saying. But let me move from that real quickly because I didn't have much questions, Chair. On students dropout, there's 3 points that I noted there that I think I would need a comment. One is on poor attendance, days before, during, and after allowances are paid, but I did not see what is being done about it. It's just put there that that is part of the causes of dropouts. And then there was one of difficulty understanding course material, failing exams, and struggling to keep up. Again, it's a point that is put there as an issue that also causes dropout. And then finally, there was a point that said the leading cause to dropout is the late payments of bursaries, and in brackets there was NSFAS. So I would want confirmation of that from the institution to say, especially the third one, but obviously also on the 2 points, what is the institution doing to ensure that, because I mean you'd have to put in measures in place to ensure that you deal with these matters, especially the first 2 points. And finally, NSFAS will have to comment to say, if there's such a negative effect of their late payments where we have students that are dropping out, and you are confirming that as the leadership of the institution, would really want to get a comment from yourself or confirmation from yourselves and a comment from NSFAS.
Thank you.
As I'll come back, Chair, to conclude
Thank
because
you very
that time
much.
was wrong.
Thank you very much. If we can give the mic to Honorable Maseko. Who's going to respond to the 2 issues, Principal?
I must respond now.
Yeah.
Thank you. In terms of dropouts, as we indicated in our reports, we've got a policy which deals with attendance and punctuality, where it's giving steps to the college and lecturers on how to deal with students who absent themselves from the college. There are steps which they need to follow. One, if the student is absent for quanta number of days, you need to call the students. If the students is not picking up, you call the parents so that you can, if the parents are not picking up, what we are doing, we are sending out the student liaison officers to go to the address and go and check what is happening with the students. And then from there we find the students was ill, or maybe the students as problem, they state that they don't have money for transport and things like that. And that's why we engage with them.
The question is, in your presentation, you are making a point that absenteeism is one of the causes of high failure rate or low throughput rate. What is the college recommending, or what is the college doing to deal with the problem? The cause is established. You have a policy on it. But how do you then deal with the sickness that makes you to have high failure rate?
At the moment, we refer them to our SSS unit, where the psychologist will be able to find out exactly.
And
then we'll recommend.
is it working?
It worked a lot for some of the students because we could pick up some of the problems.
So if you look at your slides, you'll say 2022 failure rate was 4%. In 2023, it went down to 2%. And there's clear indication of it working. That's what you are saying. So if we open the slides, that shows how many people failed in 2022. Because you have a plan that you are saying is working. If we check that thing, the numbers would have went down.
I'm not quite sure about that.
Yeah,
Chairperson.
so you don't know whether it's working or not. Member Seko.
Chair, thank you very much. Just quick questions that needs just direct answers. On one of the slides you mentioned interim chair. You mentioned the posts that cannot be filled, which are the critical posts because of the institution exceeding its compensation of the employees. What is the percentage for that? On the budget for or maybe principal can answer the percentage of the wage bill on the budget of the college.
63% through you, Chairperson. It's 63%.
63%. And then is the limit is supposed to be? The threshold.
The threshold of your compensation.
It's
budget
63.
is 63%, and that's where the college is currently.
Okay. And what is the critical post that you mentioned? Just give us example.
The critical post that would be the lecturing post, and also the other one that we had was the one of ICT. Yeah, the ICT assistant director, which we did submit to DHEAD, but now we have advertised it as 2 posts from the college budget. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Principal. What is the core business of this institution?
Teaching and learning.
Okay. Now you've got the budget that you are at the threshold, that you don't have the lecturers for your core business. What went wrong?
It's a historical problem which we are dealing with.
Share with us.
That through the migration from province to the national there was the staffing issues relating to that, which we found ourselves having more college paid staff members. So during the migration, we have tried to push more lecturers than anyone else to be on the PPN so that they must be migrated. But we still have some who are left. So we are looking at if we move out of the 63% threshold, of it now we are at 63.10. It means within a year or so, we'll be able to have a cushion to migrate some of the lecturers to Peresal.
Okay, so you are at the 63% and the ICT specialist passed away. That means that salary is there for the ICT to replace.
Hence
you
we
have the money for, because I'm taking it that your 63% was excluding the ICT that passed away. Am I right to say that?
Can I give DPC, who is dealing directly with staffing, to respond on that?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Madam, for the mere fact that we are overspending on compensation of employees' budget, if there is any vacant post that exists, it means it's reducing our over expenditure. So we are moving closer to.
Ke kopa o nkarabe because of redumelano or the core business is teaching.
Yes, ma'am.
So nkarabe potso ya ka fela ntate gore motho a tlhokogetseng na le already on your payroll.
Yes.
No go na le tšhelete allocated for the ICT specialist.
Yes, ma'am.
Which is one of your contributors to your core business.
Yes,
Tšhelete ya hae o sacrifice that position, that money ya ba hore we cover on what? Why also o sacrifice that position?
Unfortunately, Madam Chair, apologies, Chair, honorable member, if that person passes on, we still have a challenge of our salary budget is still above 63%.
So I'm right to say your core business is salaries in this institution?
No, Madam Chair, we still appoint persons that are salaried by college council.
I'm saying this because your core business is the students, but from what you are doing, and I understand the rationale in what you are saying, but now you have lost the focus as an institution to say that the core business is not the students. We are going to try and focus on the budget. How do we use the money? We rather sacrifice the lectures, we rather sacrifice the ITC and any other thing, rather than saying how do we become innovative to say how are we going to allocate the budget that we have. I just wanted to indicate to you that what is happening is really not correct. So look into it. Another question, the program or the version of the computers, the software, kia which year?
Come again, Madam Chair.
The software on
The software on the computers, Modi Colleging, version I think kia which year?
It's 2010, Madam Chair, we're upgrading to Windows 2011 because Windows South Africa has indicated to institutions that they are not going to support Windows 10 anymore. So we're moving into Windows 11 as we
It
speak.
takes how long to move there?
It's just the upgrades, Madam Chair. It's not really taking long.
You decided when that you have to do that. You got the message when that has to happen, and you are going to do that by when?
Through you, Chair. Madam Chair, it's not only about the upgrade.
But
It's,
ntate, nkarabe hle, 12 minutes o itse ke nako e nyane yang.
yeah, I was trying to respond, Madam Chair. The machines must be compatible to the
Re
the
sebedisa
software.
di-laptop, I do understand. Le decidile hore lo etsa yalo neng, and by when lo etsang that. Le nnile aware hore that has to happen neng.
No,
Simple.
as we're speaking, Chair, we are busy upgrading. That is why in the Tate Mahlangu's presented, the principal is saying we're procuring computers that will be compatible to Windows 11. So we're in the process of.
Le na le tjhelete ya ho di etsa?
Madam Chair, we will look for money because teaching and learning is important and it's core for us. So we're in the process of procuring those
So
computers.
the ICT is not there, you look for money, you can't replace the ICT. It doesn't make sense. That's what Member Low was saying. It doesn't make sense in the responses that we get. And I think you guys have to try to rethink when you take the decisions of how you go about. And the interim chairperson, you were very passionate yesterday. That passion, as a belief, bring it here also, so that this institution can do justice for the employability of the students here, because with what is happening, it's really unfair to the students to go through what, I mean, if a student say with the lectures, if the unions are saying the lectures, the core business of these institutions, it's really, really unfair to say that they are going to school to learn, but basically the quality that is supposed to happen. On one of the slides, you said the poor academic performance on the dropout and the throughput. You said that difficulty in understanding the course materials, failing exams. I mean, students, they come to the school so that they can be taught to understand their course materials. What is happening that it becomes on the slides, principal, that your overview of the student dropout and the measures that you put in place? What are you going to do, because you don't have lectures?
Thank you. What we are doing during our accountability, that's what we get from the lecturers, that what is your real problem? And one will indicate that in this module, I need capacity. Hence, we are benchmarking with other colleges, and so that they can be team teaching, so that they can be able to understand the concept of that particular chapter. We are dealing with that at the moment.
The moment, how long is it going to take for you to try to deal with that? Because
No,
the more you get...
our accountability, it was in early February. So at the moment, we are rolling it out.
Okay,
Thank
so it will show difference
It show,
if we
it show
can come.
difference. I will make a follow-up on that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just try to update us. We'll communicate with the chairperson so that we can see what you are doing, if it's working, if you don't have enough lectures, and then that is the case. There is a slide of maybe for me to have an understanding on the funding of the students. I see the 2025 is 2,297 compared to 2024 that it was 4,020, and 2023 it was 3,519. So the 2025, I can understand you're still maybe going to take the other students, you can cover that. But the 2023 and the 2024, why the difference? What happened that the numbers are so low? For the students that got funded, what was the challenge for the funding?
The funding of challenge is the issues I have raised in terms of students dropouts. These students were supposed to apply for financial assistance. We find that when we are given a budget of a sort, we are not able to claim the whole budget which we allocated, but because of the progression of the students from the lower level to the higher level, that is one is contributing on students applying for bursaries. And students who are carrying one subject, two subjects, and they are dealing with those subjects so that they can complete a course, let's say N4, and move towards N5 and apply for a bursary because they're doing 3 or 4 subjects in that level.
Okay, Mr. Zung, if maybe you can help on the critical one for me of the issue of the lecturers that are not there for this institution, and they're talking about the wage bill that is problematic. What are the chances of you intervening to help the institution?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Honorable Maseko. The college has reached the threshold of 63%, which is a national benchmark. And when such happens, the college needs to then employ additional staff through the college council. And I think because of the limitations in terms of the third stream income, sometimes they are unable to do that. But from the department side, because you get an allocation nationally for all colleges, this is what is available based on their student enrollments. That is what is available for them. So at this point in time, they are sitting at 63.10%. The only option that they have is to employ those staff through the council. But they also need to review, because you've highlighted an important point in terms of the reduction of enrollments, whether they're really sweating their asset. What needs to happen is that we need to bring OD from DHET to look at whether the duty load allocation per lecturer is indeed, English name? Is it justifiable? Because you might find that instead of having 1:30 in a classroom, some lecturers might sit in with 1:10. So in other words, you pay a full salary for a person that is only lecturing 10 students instead of 30 students. So sometimes colleges don't declare surplus staff. Then they will remain with huge number of people on their PESAL, but they are not fully utilized in the classroom. I think we can only assist through our corporate services, HR, to see if indeed it is justifiable to have such people with the numbers that have reduced in terms of enrollments. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I think you have to take that opportunity to the principal is not here, to make sure that you interact with the department in seeing if there can be help on.
Yes, through you, Chair. I think as from our committee of HRC, we have already done that, Chairperson, to look at the programs that are currently there and whether there are full complements for the specific staff that are there, and perhaps we can be able to share with colleagues on that.
Yeah, let it be attended with agency. Chair, just last thing, on the issue of the GBV, as I believe,
Yes.
can that be prioritized? Because when I was listening to the responses, it didn't even make sense to me. So try to do something that will make sense. And then send it to us to see your policy of the GBV. How is it going to be rolled out to the students? Because I cannot be a student and say, you are going to teach me how to defend myself. The GBV in the colleges, it happens because it's a thing of power. I don't know how am I going to defend myself against the power that a lecturer can come to me and say, if you don't give me your punana, I'm not going to give you 70%. So I don't know how are you going to do that. So think beyond ticking box. Think for protection of the kids. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I had allowed the principal, he had indicated that he needed to use the bathroom. It was not out of disrespect. It's, I had allowed him. Honorable, you have a follow-up to me? Yeah, it's a point of order to me.
Yeah, but you can't hear me, Chair.
Okay, please give him a mic.
No, thanks, Chair. I do understand, Chair, that the arrangement of the GNU would have probably took over, and you did not allow for the principal to answer because I had asked him 3 questions. So you re-emphasized on 1 question before you could answer the 2. Then you gave it to
No,
Honorable
you had already
Maseko.
exhausted your time. The
No,
other
some
one
of the
will be
questions.
answered. No, the other one will be answered by NSFAS. Please give the mic back. You know, in 2021 in South Africa, there was looting. And now in 2023, there was a party that was formed out of that looting. So they want to even loot the mic of members.
Thanks, Chair.
Yeah.
Chair, thank you very much. I am going to start my questions around the workforce, and everything else will narrow down to my other committee of trade, industry, and competition. And you will hear as I go along why the institution is central to our mandate in the trade. This is also part of doing my constituency work because I come from this community. This is my direct constituency, and this college feeds to my community. The first question, Chair, would be that DHET, when they were introducing who is here, I heard that there was a representative of dispute and corporate labor relations. In these institutions, when I was an employee, I was also employee here as a member of the academic staff. I was a lecturer. There also used to be a person that helps liaise with us and our workforce representative. That person was called the Labor Relations Officer. And his name was Ntatera Mapulani. And I have, from the indication of what our issues here, that liaison person that is supposed to be doing that, there's no relationship. So it indicates that there is no relationship with the other stakeholders, importantly and critically being the workforce. And you could hear in their contribution. I'm going to move now to that. In the Committee of Trade, Industry and Competition, Chair, we are advocating for industrialization and a developing state. And in so doing, we also are very, very critical of establishing a quota on import and export so that our mineral resources are curbed, and in as far as us as a statutory body, Parliament, and regulating such policies, we ensure that we capacitate human resource, that those are people that are down, that are fed by these institutions such as this one that we are in. For example, if I also was going through the annual report of this institution, and on their performance achievements, and they indicated on their performance indicators that they also have the trades, but the target is 0, the achievement is 0. The explanation is that they're not registered. This institution is highly vocational in my understanding. Vocational means you are training people to be capacitated to be consumed by industry. So if the trade here, as your indicator is 0, you are not interested, you are not registered, then why are we vocational? Why do we have the entrepreneurial hub? It means that there's no relationship with the industry. Even those mineral resources that we're talking about, this is a highly mining in city, Chair. We also just discovered a mineral resource, it's a gas called helium. So we would need more artisans in that line. Now, if this indicator is indicating in this manner, it's a very shocking report that accounts to the community, and it doesn't give confidence to what is this college really feeding to industry, and what our work in Parliament to advocate for policies that are pro us and that are pro the capacity which this college must help us to feed the industry. I'm going to move to that. I want to ask the chair of the council and the principal, are you aware that on your annual report, the latest one, 2023, 2024, your reflection of the sense of the Auditor General, which comes out with something called the audit report, is not there at all. What is only there? It's the financial statements. I also heard that principal speak about it. Very shocking, because that seeks to undermine the work that is done by Auditor General, the work of his or her opinion with regards to performance on finances. We can't get a sense of what was the outcome recently and how to improve, and where, as a regulatory statutory body, can we come in and have interventions made. I'm going to move away from that one.
You are not allowing them to answer, or you are just telling them?
I thought they are noting, then they'll come after.
No.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. We will answer to the one that you have asked. Chairperson, I think, to say that we undermine the report would be a very strong statement, because when we spoke, I did the presentation on our strategic objectives. We said that the appointment that we have made on the external members of council was really to look at that, because that is a priority for us to be able to change where we are coming from. What can then happen is perhaps the committee can have the report, the audit report, and what are the findings, and also the strategies so far from the Audit and Risk Committee that we have worked on to be able to attend to what is there. Thank you, Chairperson.
So are you saying, you are confirming that the audit report is not on your annual report?
On whose report, Chair? My report as...
The annual report of the institution.
No, the audit report would be there, maybe omitted from what has been submitted, but it is there, Chair.
Chair, the annual report of your institution is online, on Google. Every member of the community can get it. It's not there. Are you aware that it's not there?
It will be corrected.
Thank you. So you are saying, Principal, it's not there.
Not there, then it will be
Second
corrected.
question.
Why is it not there, Principal?
Maybe it was an omission from our side. I take responsibility that I should have checked it to the latter. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal. The second issue there, the annual report also mentions the risk committee. There's no risk committee report, risk strategies, any risk. It's not there. It's the chair and the principal aware. It's not there. Chair, I'm going to move fast.
Principal, answer.
Principal, you can answer.
I'll also, Chairperson, look into that and make sure that we submit those reports to the committee.
It was also an omission.
Yes, that's an omission.
Continue.
I cannot defend something which is not there. It's not there. Thank you.
Chair, you'd understand that I also, in my capacity is representing the trade here, there's no sense of monitoring and evaluating the output, so to put it. I'm looking at indicator on the college world work, it says here, on the students that are placed on work-placed, on the exit level. Their target is 405 and their achievement is 148. There's no explanation of why that big gap not even amounting to 50% of monitoring, of evaluating, of enabling industry. Having that, in this report, if these targets and indicators are indicating in this way, it suggests again that there's no relationship with industry. So the work of my committee in trade is redundant, because if we would put some reviews on some of the policies so that you enable a feeding of the output to industry, there would not be one, because there's no relationship, and to be quite honest, there's no one who can say this is our priority and this is the industry that is of priority. And I've mentioned this by mentioning the mineral resource, the rich mineral resource in which the city exists in, and the municipality Machabeng as a whole. I'm going to move again, Chair, there. On this report, we also have a number of students that exit levels with exciting college programs. I don't know. It says here the target is 659. The achievement is 592. The achievement dropped as a result of increased dropouts. I think that has been answered, but not quite sufficiently, because there's no system in place to help us understand the mitigating or mediating system to help with that. Then I'm going to move, Chair, to the infrastructure, which has been posed by many speakers that came. There has been, I don't know if the discussion, Chair, of the Council has been formalized, but when you and I were here, we had identified some of the old infrastructure that internally they are here. To be specific on detail, there is a building at the central office which can house or can be worked on to have either classes or workshops or something there can be done. Has there been some measures in place, or that conversation, has it started? To perhaps, has it came to attention, DDG, to say, how about you give us this amount of money on investment, development, infrastructure, or rather give us maybe a partner that can, or even partners from industry, to say ESCOM, Harmony Mine, or Anglo Gold, can we have you partner on our existing internal infrastructure, so that before you say externally you identify it with the municipality, you've been doing this, you have MNOs with these people, what have you done with your own infrastructure internally? Has there been that conversation? Can we start it? Council Chair, how far are we there? There's also, last one, Chair, an issue of accommodation here has been ongoing from all speakers, accommodation for students, especially on issues of accreditation. Do we have accommodation that is accredited here? How can we then come in? Is there problems? What are challenges there? Because it poses a lot of risk, and it puts our students at risks. And it is one of the things that will not have you grow as far as getting and attracting more students as much as possible, Chair. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, so you'll answer one. The disadvantage of asking too many questions is that when time ends, we'll only give them one. So you are robbing yourself of an opportunity to get as many answers as possible. As we pass the mic to Honorable Souls, please answer one of.
Thank you, Chair. I would answer the one on the infrastructure and the current infrastructure that is there. Chair, we have approved on the current infrastructure, focusing on areas like where the teaching and learning is taking place. And also when we source funding, we need to look at whether the building at its current state, as honorable member would know that it has been standing there for a long time. So there needs to be analysis made on what needs to be improved with the specific building for us to then use it or utilize it for teaching and learning or other activities of the college. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe try and lift the volume of this mic. It's give it to technical people because take the volume up because it's very difficult. We're struggling to hear them. Yeah. I don't know whether it's not this one. Technical team of this TV, they are taking the mic or the volume of this one. This one is fine. The one that you are on. Honorable Souls, I'm going to give you, but let's wait for them to come, or you want to make a statement first? Okay. Principal, you have prepared lunch, no? Okay. Take it, yeah. Honorable Souls, who are you going to ask? We can continue.
Thank you, Chair. I am just going to speak to the principal. Principal, my interest usually, everyone would know, is around transformation. There's no talk in your entire presentation around the breakdown of staff, etc., with relation to race especially. It's a bit difficult for me then to comment on that. Is there any particular reason why that was an omission?
Thank you, Honorable Member. No, there is no any intention. Maybe one trying to lessen the number of slides, but I can respond to questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Are you saying it was a choice, and the reason for the choice was to lessen the presentation?
No, I had 100 and something slides, so I have to deal with that. Thank you.
So you chose to...
Not necessarily.
Oh, okay. But you will be able to answer.
Respond, yes.
Okay, Principal. So give me a quick understanding of the racial breakdown of the staff complement. Okay, let me just give it to you. Give me the breakdown.
Thank you. May I request the DPC to respond to that, because he's having the information.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. DPC?
Please be mindful of my time, Principal.
Honorable Member, I had a breakdown with me here on paper.
Okay, let's do this, Principal. We're going to come back to that, so then I let's deal with the other questions quickly, and then we come back to that one. Many of the colleagues that presented, Principal, highlighted problems with infrastructure. So would you agree that the upgrades and the betterment of the infrastructure is a key priority? Where would you place it in priority?
In terms of the challenges we're having now, I can say is number one priority.
So it's the number one priority, and you have planned to deal with it partially just by the repairs of roofs and gutters for the year 2024, 2025, and 2025 year is ending. You consider it a number one priority, but you only spent 4% on it. Why?
Yes. The contractor was given allocated to start with the building. It was somewhere last month. Hence, we are still in the early stage of those repairs.
No, it's not the repairs I'm actually referring to. It is on the spend. Your expenditure on it was 4%. So that has nothing to do with the contract.
The job must be done, then we pay.
I see. But so the reason why there's only a 4% spent is because the contractor didn't work.
Yeah, the
for a year.
contractor is very slow. And we had a concern, and we had a meeting with the contractor. And I was part of the delegation to have the meeting with the contractor that we soon will be starting with big exams. And we get worried that we don't want to find ourselves roof open, it's raining, students are running exams. We wanted her to, the company, to redo their schedule so that they must be able to do as fast as they can to cover.
Give me the project time frame. The contractor started when and was supposed to be finished when?
They've established the site in February, and then they've
February
started
2024.
No, 2025.
So then, the plan was to do it
2025.
Not 2024.
No, not 2024.
Your presentation says the plan was 2024.
We started the project with the tendering part of it and everything, 2024. And then we hand over to the contractor 2025. So the project for the work to be done, it's in the 2025 year.
Okay, so the entire year last year, or from what, from mid-year last year, it was the tendering process?
Not, it was towards the last quarter of 2024 when we started with the
So towards the end of last year?
Yes.
And then now you're starting?
Now
So-
we have hand over to the contractor to start with the job.
Okay, so he's just busy now for what? If it's February, we are in?
Hence, I say, Honorable Member, that we have engaged that a week for us or 2 weeks is a concern.
So, but what has he done? Because you've paid him 500. You've paid him 571,000 rand. He started in February. We are in March now.
Yes.
So you paid him 571. You said to me, I only pay if work is done. So what work has been done?
I think it includes if I stand to be corrected by the finance manager or the CFO, maybe can I hand him so that he must give the principal agents and other things, what are the finances regarding that?
Maybe just tell me, Principal, did any work start on fixing that you paid him 571,000 for? And that's now... And that's now, we're talking only last month. Okay, let's do this.
Can I give the CFO to respond to that?
Okay.
Who was paid? Got the contractor or other people who are involved in the project?
Okay.
No, thank you, Chairperson. The 571,000 in short, is professional fees in terms of principal agent who is appointed to manage the project in terms of the engineers that assess and whatever. And some of the activities that have taken place now is the site establishment, like the principal has indicated, which has taken place from the February. So all the payment terms are in line with the professional services that have been offered.
Okay, CFO. So are you saying no actual work has started on the fixing? No actual work has started?
It's only site establishment, through you, Chair. That has been
In
done.
a simple way, what does that mean that costs 571,000? So, because the principle says you only pay if work is done. We now know actual work has not yet started, but 571 has been paid. Just simplify it for me to understand the site establishment, and what does that actually mean that would now cost 571,000?
You will have part of the cost, the engineers, the work that they do. And then from the contractor side, we've got 2 sites that they are working on. So they've basically demarcated the site where they're going to be working. They are...
Sorry, you said marketed?
Demarcated.
Oh, demarcated.
The site where they're going to be working, as well as connected their, what you call, materials that are going to be using, as well as the staff members that are starting with the project.
Okay, so to establish themselves, is it here? Is it on this site, or is it?
It's this site and the one in Velkom.
So to come here and set up this stuff, in simple terms, all of that would have cost 571,000.
Through Chairperson, as I indicated, there's part of the cost that involves professional services, and then there's part that involves the establishment of the contractor in line with their SLA. But the information can be provided, Chair.
Okay, so we would then settle on the fact that no work yet tangibly on upgrades or whatever has started.
We can agree on that, yes.
All right. So, Principal, what is the delay? What delay are you referring to? The contractor being very slow? Because it seems to me like he's on time. He brings his stuff, he sets it up here. Professional fees and all of that is now paid, 571. And now from February to now, what has he not done that you consider to be him being slow with? Now you're gonna, my time, not sure.
My concern in terms of this,
yeah,
I wanted them to speed up. Hence, I said a week for us. It had.
I'm with you on this one.
Yeah,
I also want. They're very slow. Paid them 571. Working on in terms of the plan that they gave, and they are not doing that.
I think I need to consult to their plan and check. Maybe I'm too fast. They are working according to their plan with they said with the project manager. I think.
Principal, you are saying you have been expressing your dissatisfaction without having read the plan. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, maybe I was a bit. You're eager and specific.
Principal, when you met with him, what did he say?
No, we didn't meet the contractor, we met the principal agent.
What did they say?
They said they will talk with the constructor and then they will, I think there is a meeting arranged for Thursday. What? Next week, Monday, yeah. So that we've got.
It's okay, Chair.
we can give the report to.
I'm
the
just saying,
committee.
Principal, your urgency, don't be discouraged by your urgency. But you are now discouraging me by saying you were just having urgency because but you didn't look at the plan.
My apologies.
These things are important. The people that were standing there, the students are affected and so on. So please do zoom into that level of urgency.
Thank you.
Am I correct in saying that the CIEG grant was a total of 53,400,440? That was the total you received. You say you spent 75% of it, which is 39.6 million. You report to us, out of that spent, you report to us only 8%. You spent on the ICT 2.7 million. That is 5.09% of 75%. You spent 571,000 on repairs. That's 1.0. So you have reported on 8%. What have you spent on with the other 67% that you didn't report on?
I think there was a slide which indicate the project which they are already finished and handed over to the college. I think that is where the mistake is. But yeah, 2023 when we have done some of the project, I think there was a slide that I don't have a number here that the completion date started 28/19/2020. It's about 10 projects which were completed.
Why do you call it a mistake, Chair? Sorry, Chairperson, is my time readjusted for the pauses or am I ending?
Yeah, we have readjusted them.
Thank you, Chair.
So the alarm was on the readjusted. The alarm would have rang way earlier.
So
But finish the point with this one.
So the alarm was for the readjusted time?
Yeah, the alarm was
All right.
the new time.
Okay, Chairperson.
No, finish that point with them.
No, it's also just because remember when I started, the transformation question wasn't dealt with.
Yeah.
So may I rather cancel that response? It's clear that the principal calls it a mistake, but can I rather have a response on the transformation for the remainder that you are giving me?
Yeah.
And then I'll end, Chairperson.
Okay. Then I'll go through the workforce profile. At the moment, we've got 261 staff members. And at our top management, we've got 4 Africans, 4 males and one lady. And then in senior management, we've got 11 Africans, and then we've got 2 women. And then we've got 2 whites, and then we've got female, we've got 2, and then colored, we've got 1. And then senior lecturers, we've got 47, mostly male is 2, and then the women is 3. I mean, the whites are 3, and then female, we've got 24, and then African, and then the women is 1. That means in that we've got 1 foreign national, and then contract lecturers also we've got 1 foreign national. And then in terms of the cleaners and groundsmen, we've got male 14 Africans, and then we've got female 16. And then in terms of, we don't have any foreign nationals on the cleaners and grounds. And then we don't have any contract with the cleaners. We have insourced all the cleaners which were a company were using, so they were insourced. So we don't have any contract with the cleaners or garden services. So all in all, we've got 261 with 3 foreign nationals. And 3
And how many
foreign
colours?
colored, we've got
1.
yeah, we've got 1.
How many Indians?
We don't have Indians.
My time is up, so I'll just say, principle. For transformation, do you agree that there is an important need for balance? Please understand.
I understand.
My definition of transformation is not a mere replacement of white people with black people or vice versa. My definition of transformation is a balance of all races so that we see a reflection of our beautiful nation called South Africa. Because my time is up, I'll leave you with this. Would you commit today that based on that definition of transformation, that we will have an institution that has black, white, Indian, and colored as a representation of a racial balance in this institution? Do you commit to that on the record?
I commit, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Principal.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Khabo.
Oh, thank you very much, Chairperson. Thanks for the opportunity and the presentation. Before I get into my issues, Principal, I'll plead with you not to thumbsuck. And I'll plead with you to remember the fact that when you lie to us, you are lying to Parliament. And you'll be personally held liable for your information. That is Zongo. I'm trying to show you something that I think in the end of my submission, you must tell me what is it that you are going to do. I'm worried about the future of this country given the presentation that we have received. I'm not getting a sense of officials having an understanding of what is it that we seek to achieve as a country. And the reasons why we have TVET colleges.
I'm also worried about the sound that comes from. Yeah.
It's
No,
normal.
put it closer. Yeah.
This
No,
one,
no.
is this one better?
Thanks, Principal. But that will not change my views. No, Principal, I thought I must start with that point and make you aware and plead with you not to thumbsuck. And my questions will be based on you. I think you are aware that you are an accounting authority. And as a result, you will not tell me that you are not sure of your facts. My understanding is that you should be aware of every little detail of what is happening in this institution. Okay? Okay? You must put it closer. All right. You are subjecting me to an unhealthy setup, eh? Let me start with the SRC. President, between 2022 and 2025, were there any cases of harassment, in particular between students and lecturers? It's a straightforward question, does not need.
Honorable Member, I became a student in 2023. I cannot account for 2022, but in my existence since I've been in this college, there's never been any cases of students and lecturers harassment.
Thank you very much. Principal, according to the Auditor General's report, is raising issues on and around the compilation of your annual financial statements. Who does them? I think you must have a mic permanently with you.
From which year, if
You can choose.
because we had the person who was seconded to the college. I remember that year the lady done.
Chairperson, who prepares your annual financial statements?
It was the CFO by then, and thereafter we've contracted companies to assist us with the.
So you are outsourcing annual financial statements preparations?
Yes.
How much are you spending? You're not sure? It's fine, let's leave it. Let's leave it. I'll not ask the CFO. I want the accounting authority to take responsibility. According to the Auditor General, was raising issues on and around your internal controls. What were issues that were reflected in the previous audit outcome? That is the first question. And what is it that you have done to address those issues that was raised? I've spoken about internal controls. I'll get to the point of professional fees that you are speaking of, the contractor. Your story does not make sense, but I'll get to it.
Or must I respond? Let me refer to my slide here, so that I then have to say things.
Principal, while we are still looking, the Auditor General says that your senior managers did not adhere to policies, procedures, and processes aligned to sound financial management. It's linked to the internal controls. What have you done? Consequence management.
To respond to that one, yes, there was an indication that we don't have systems in place. And then we had to identify with engagement with the Auditor General. And then it was lack of capacity, because by then, when I say we have outsourced, we never had a permanent CEO or principal finance at the college. So what we did, we have trained some of our senior managers. And also we had an audit action plan, which we were assisted by an internal auditor, so that we can go through to those audit action plans, so that we can be able to correct some of the findings of the Auditor General.
You are not responding to my questions, and I'm always deliberate, but it's fine. Before payment of any contractor, how do you monitor that before you attach your signature, affirming payment, that the work is done? It's part of the internal controls.
Yes, I'm expecting a report from the relevant department.
Before payment, what is your role?
My role is to check if they've delivered according to the specifications.
Okay. Have you checked as to whether the contractor is in place in relation to the question that was asked by the honorable member here? Because we're not sure of your...
Hence the CFO was saying it's not the contractor per se, but it's the team. Hence we refer to, in my statement, I saw we've got the principal agent, who is also dealing with some of the project and the engineers regarding the project itself.
I might be young, but I'm not as stupid. I must put it to you. Don't play games with me. I've reminded you that we are representing Parliament. And when you respond to us, you are responding to Parliament. And Tate Zungu, I'm not sure what is it that you are going to do with the principal here. Because I'm not getting any sense of accountability from him. Let me go to my next question. Internal controls. How do you get to a point of appointing a contractor? Do you have a supply chain management unit in place? And what processes do you follow when you have got that supply chain management unit and policy?
Yes,
Can you confirm, do you have a policy? And when last did you review it?
Yes, we've got a supply chain policy. It was reviewed this year by College Council.
How often do you review it?
After a year, or when it's needed. If there is new legislature which is going to affect the policy, then we look at that part to review it, so that it must be in line with the prescripts of treasury.
How do we get to a point of appointing a contractor? Let me give you probably an idea what I'm referring to. Honorable member raised the view that she went to a bathroom. There was no water. I'm disappointed. When we entered here, the road is a mess. This is a TVET. And apparently it has been like that for the past 3 years, if not 2 years. If not 4 years. Thirdly, when you go around here, everything is just collapsing. Bring me to a point whereby I can understand as to how do you get to a point where you appoint a contractor.
When the need arose, that's what we do. They will do the specifications. I've got a committee which is dealing with specifications. The end user will present to the specification committee that this is what I need. And then thereafter, the specifications will be sent to my office, so that I look to the specifications and I look to the budget, if the budget will allow us to do that project. And what we do, we've got committees which I appoint. They are not permanent committees, but it's per project committees. I've got a bid evaluation committee. I've got the bid adjudication committee. Those committees will deal with what the policy is telling them, so that they can be able to source quotations or to source. You said we are dealing with tenders, and then from there we do the advert, and then I must look at the advert, and then the executive of the college will approve the advert in line with the budget which we are having. And then thereafter we place an advert. After the advert, when it is closed, and then we'll have a committee who is going to open the tender box. And then the tender box is having its own register. So what we are doing, we make sure that there are not people who are submitting documents after closing date and time.
Thanks,
and
Principal. Thanks. The latest report in June, in fact January, in terms of your expenditure, it was at 75%. Where are you now in terms of expenditure, and are you in line with your spending pattern?
No, we are not in line. We have not yet calculated, after we have made some payments, how far are we with the percentage.
Okay. How do you monitor your financial spending pattern? Now that you are saying that, look, in a municipality, there is what we call Section 71 report, when accounting authorities given a monthly spending pattern to make an analysis as to whether is there need for intervention or restructuring of the budget. How do you do it? They can get you coffee in case you need.
No, it's fine. I will do with what we have agreed upon with the finance department. Each Monday, I must get a report. I get a report of finance, and I ask questions.
It's fine. Can you give me a written report? Last one, Chairperson. I can't leave this platform without talking to issues of students. In your report, you have indicated that there are challenges of student accommodation.
Yes.
And there is generally not enough space for you to accommodate students. You have indicated that you have received, I think, 14,971 applications in your report. Can you tell me, in terms of your private student accommodation, now that we've got issues of gender-based violence, how do you identify them, the student accommodation? Secondly, how do you monitor that the money that is being spent by government on student accommodation is being rightfully used? I think Honorable Ntatezungu, honorable, my apology, it might be that Yeah, you receive. But you are late. The country is now young. You can't make it, unfortunately. Can you explain to me the issue of student accommodation, with all due respect? How do you manage that process? And where is the SRC located? Because this is the end receiver. That is my last question to you. Okay. And that is in summary. Here we don't have capacity. Here we've got a serious crisis. It's a bomb that is about to explode in our hands. And if we don't act on this bomb, we're going to act on you. After the principal has responded, you must kindly advise as to what is it that you are going to do as part of making sure that we correctly position these TVET colleges as a point of entry in terms of preference. Now that we don't have capacity. But also you must tell me, why is it that all of your principals, they look like they belong to a retirement village? Thank you.
No, I was not. No. Thank you.
CFO, how long have you been the CFO?
One year, 6 months, Chair.
And Principal, where is the CFO? The last CFO before this one? Is that Vusadel? Is doing what there? Is the CFO? DDG, is it also a direct transfer? Is the CFO at Vusadel a direct transfer?
Honorable Chair, I wouldn't know until I go to the files of that individual. But the response from the principal is that he applied for the position that side. That's what he has expressed.
Yeah. It's a different answer you're giving today, because yesterday you had said the employer is one. So a person can just be transferred. When we're talking about, I think the CFO who had moved from Motewa to Flavors Marek, you said the employer is one, it's the Department of Higher Education and Training. So today this one has applied from one employer to the same employer. Okay. The AG, okay, Principal, you have had qualified audit opinion for the past 4 years. And AG has very tough comments, sorry, about yourselves. The AG makes very difficult or very strong points on the receivables from exchange transactions, which he says that you don't calculate the provision for impairments in according to GRAP 104 financial instruments due to incorrect aging of gross balances on debtors. Consequently, the provision for impairment included in the receivables from exchange transactions and debt impairment is understated by about 3.7 million in Note 5 and 18 of the financial statements. She further makes a point that in 2022, the AG was unable to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence that receivables from exchange transactions were properly accounted for due to the status of accounting records. So she was unable to confirm receivables from exchange transactions by alternative means. And that you had stated transactions at about 4.7 million in note 5 of the financial statements and all of it. She makes a lot of points on this issue. She also makes a point about payables now. That one was receivables from exchange transactions. On this one, she also makes comments about payables from non-exchange transactions. That amongst other things, that you are unable to show sufficient and appropriate audit evidence that SETA control accounts included in payables from non-exchange had been properly accounted for. Because your submission lacked supporting evidence. Goes on and makes a lot of comments again on the payables of these non-exchange transactions. What is the CFO? Do you have the audit action plan to address this many issues that the AG is raising?
Yes, Chairperson, we do have an action plan.
And is this the first audit action plan that you've had? And if not, what would have been the audit action plan from previous years? Like I said, this is your fourth consecutive qualified audit opinion. What would have been, or what will be different with this audit action plan compared to the others?
Okay, thanks, Chair. I think the issue was the follow-through in terms of ensuring that whatever we had in the previous action plans was done, and also to ensure that we engage the AG to understand the differences that result in qualifications, and then agree on the approach in terms of clearing that. If I may add, with your permission, Chair, the two items that were reported last year, we've put them in the action plan and presented to Auditor General, and then agreed on the approach in terms of how these ones will be cleared, and also agreeing to say it's in line with what they are expecting.
What are those two items?
Okay, in relation to the provision for bad debts.
To what?
Provision for impairment, which speaks to student debt. Last year we wrote off 22 million. Which was basically what AG had been raising for a number of years in terms of our student balances. So in the main, that actually related to student debtors who are from 2019 and backwards, which we did not have records to support when AG sampled on them, to say those debtors in terms of GRAP are still in existence. So the council approved for the write-off of 22 million, and now the debt that we have, we can account in terms of the records, and also the provision calculation. We've agreed on the approach, and we've corrected where in the past our age analysis on the system was misaligned in terms of GRAP. We had fixed that, and AG has indicated that they are comfortable with that. Then number two, in relation to payables, the issue, Chair, I think, was the non-submission of documents during the audit. So what we did, this audit finding related to items for 2021-22 actually. So we've gone back and retrieved the support from the specific SETA, which supporting documents were not submitted to AG. As you know, we receive funding from SETAs from time to time, and we must account for the monies received and the money spent. So during the audit of 21, 22, those were not submitted to the AG, and we have since submitted the records and they've reviewed them. And this one also will fall off because it was in relation to the opening balances. But for 2023, we were able to submit all supporting document for the CETA balances. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, so the AG says, Goldfields TVET College has maintained a qualified audit opinion due to persistent deficiencies in 1, its financial management, 2, senior management did not consistently adhere to policies, processes, and procedures relevant to the financial sections. What is your comment on that?
Chair, that is actually correct in the assessment, mainly because those processes dictate that we do reconciliations on monthly basis, quarterly, which was not the case with these CETA balances, and in some instances with the in relation to the student accounts that they verified or sampled. So with the process of audit action plan, we ensured that we have reconciliations being done on monthly basis for all key accounts of the college, which is reported quarterly to College Council, and those internal controls will then assist us to alleviate the audit findings. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, I'd asked you before, what were the reasons given by the AG? And if we have the audit action plan to respond to these problems. And I also asked, why this audit action plan would be relevant to address the issues. I was asking these things because it does not make sense to put together an audit action plan that deals with historic issues, but does not prevent those historic issues from causing problems for you moving forward. So the problem was not that in 22 or 23, 22 or 21, you did not have correct documents between yourself and a CETA. The reason is deficiencies in your financial management. So that is the reason why. If you don't fix this thing, it's going to continue moving forward. The second one is that senior management, you don't adhere to your own policies. I think it was Honorable Khabo or Honorable Souls. I think that Honorable Khabo was asking you, how do you award a tender, for an example? And he wanted to simplify it. Because AG says you don't follow processes, your own processes, procedures relevant to finance sections. And principal orena ernali BEC, ernali BAC, here ernali the process. But AG, when they come here, they say, no, I like a process. And we always say, we are a stakeholder. The reason why we're here is because all of us should be on the same page, wanting that this institution to work so that it's able to respond to the issues affecting our people. DDG, we say we have one of the highest numbers in terms of those who are not in employment, education, or training. And this government, in the medium term, they've put together more than 200 billion to address this problem. Through NSFAS, CETAs, yourselves as TVET colleges, but we are not getting it right. And we are not getting it right because we don't understand what is it that we're supposed to be doing. And it can't be correct. It just can't be correct. DDG, where we're told the CFO, this thing is a serious indictment on the persona of that particular CFO. But in the same system, the CFO finds himself in a same position, in the same sector. Possibly with a better salary, because Lunali generous relocation amount or relocation fees is now in Vuselela in Northwest. They're probably giving him more money. When AG says grab, away general, and I mean, workers, principal, they are complaining about the workload. They are complaining that the core business of this thing, which is teaching and learning, is taking a back seat because the calendar starts school 15 January. And when 15 January comes, you don't have educators. Yes, Papa. Because different terrible. But principal, teaching and learning is taking the back seat. We should be saying here, principal, on the workshops that you have, let's look at, are you able to trade test, for an example? Let's look at, if yes or if no, why have you not applied? If you have applied, what are the bottlenecks? Because, I mean, the area itself, the TVET college should be able to respond to the economic needs of this area. Anong area, Olga, Honorable Olga, it's mazamazama. Because mazamazama, just that we have not trade tested them, Margidi artisan. They are able to bend this gold, they're able, but our people, we have a TVET college with 3 campuses, which is supposed to say, okay, if government says to restore the economy of this country, we need to do small-scale mining on the shafts that are closing or they've closed from this Goldfields mine and all of that. Do we have people that are ready to go and do these things? Have we produced them? We have 3 campuses. Engwele Skill Center. Is it able to trade test, principal? If not, why? And we are supposed to produce TVET colleges, the country's NDP 2030 targets. Say every year from 2030, we want to produce 30,000 artisans. Harakena mo gating. gore wa bona mo le tlo ba sinkhole. Gore it used to be a pothole. Gore there's a problem. Why TVET college that deals with technical skills. Principal, a re kgone gore a re nkeng bana ba rona re ba train gore ba ile go kwala di-pothole. You said you have a partnership with the municipality. Ke ya eng? Or ke ya lona fela le nka di-photo le mayara le re kenyetsa di-photo tsa lona mo. It won't help us. Because you should be saying, local government SETA, wholesale, no, not wholesale, what is this? MERSETA, municipality, we are going to produce these people, we'll call them, I don't know, pothole agents or something. But the four of us, the TVET, when I'm going as a TVET, I'm going to produce these people who their work would be to go the entire Velcom to close potholes. Or working with the municipality, work integrated learning, or go on go Kenya, already you have a partnership. Then you go to these two cities, you say, pay for this type and pay for that type. So when we say, do you have partnerships? These are practical things we're talking about. You've got a mine here. You're supposed to produce artisans, boiler makers. I don't know what, you know, in the mining, principal, the cornerstone of mining is boiler making. How many have you produced and trade tested, and how many did their work integrated there? We're joking. So we're pleading with you. Like I said, we don't want to be fighting. But we have a responsibility to work together to resolve our people's problems. Our people will say government does not do anything, and I'm saying in the medium term, in the sector of higher education and training, the past 3 years or so, over 200 billion have been prioritized. But if you want to look at the impact, principal, because Ronara Joka, we probably are doing this thing because we want the salary. It can be. It can be. So DDG, we are going to close this session this way. Say, acting regional manager, work with the principal to establish proper relationship between management and stakeholders. PSA, SADU, NEHAU, they come here and they say, or they raise issues that they should be raising with management. And it's because they can't breathe there. There's no space to ventilate on these issues. So acting regional manager, assembly, expedite that process. Because workers are service delivery agents of this institution who are supposed to serve the clients, which are the students. And you, principal and management, you are what we call, you know, I must put it correct, so that, you know, we don't, you know, but you are supposed to be the glue that brings these things together. Your service delivery champions, which are your workers and your clients. When our manager, you have this process. I don't know, I can't the manager, the dictator. Or a more lasakas principal. So that's the first thing you must go and do. Number two, the workshop, let's have this workshop that will resolve our people's problems. Honorable Kakao, the business studies that you're doing. I don't know how many people here, or maybe you are producing, you want to produce products for other provinces who are big in business, but more, maybe 10, 15% of the students should be on business. The rest should be on technical stories. More ke di mine, na le masepala, ditsela, di shapo. Ke sure ke na ko location in sentle. Tlo kry-a metsi, no pula yana, won't see. But you'll see best pipe everywhere. We are supposed to produce those plumbers ourselves. As this TVET college, working with the municipality to resolve our people's problems. How can a location in Suriji matter everywhere? We are a TVET college that is supposed to go and resolve those problems. You surely lona le mamolelo re government I choose. Ke mang government o? Because the same government gives you, like I've just said, over the medium term, more than 200 billion for you to go and work with this municipality to resolve these people's problem. Marali ema molelo go stock failing ka Sunday. Yeah, the government haya. Le mametse di jazz. Colleagues, please. So let's go and find each other, principal. Let's repurpose. We've already said NSFAS and the student, before we leave, they must resolve these issues. How did you resolve? Because NSFAS, when you don't distribute the allowances, you are giving them an opportunity, or you are giving the sugar daddies an opportunity to take advantage of these young kids. Just because they've got 10 rands that these kids don't have. The reason government puts together almost 50 billion to NSFAS and say, go and fund these kids is because we know that they don't have anybody. And if they don't have anybody, they want access higher education to change or to stand a chance of changing the lives of their own families and themselves. How some feed this allowance? What are you saying? You are saying one, they must not eat. Because the assumption must be that they don't have anybody to give them. That is why your own system says we must fund them. So you are creating a space for the sugar daddies to feast on these young girls of ours. It can be. So before Retwamo NSFAS, and you'll have to assist us. Honestly speaking, colleagues, it's 1:20. We're going to take lunch. Principal, I hope alakwata tarefa dijo. We're going to take lunch. We'll be back at 2 o'clock with the CET. I've not seen the DDG of CET. I will have to check. Maybe they've sent us an apology on email, but I've not seen it. So we'll take lunch now. We're starting this side at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much.